Transmision Texas, Valle de Texas. TV Azteca son los mejores, voz Azteca son los campeones, representando la Liga Mayores. Otra cadena, no nos copien, no nos copien, no nos pongan a igualdad, para que tú puedas tener realidad. No hay nada que nos pueda parar, para que tú puedas tener realidad.
Prende la TV y súbele al volumen, ya llego desde Azteca, se siente pura lumbre. Póngase bien trucha, también se me acostumbre. Los reyes del boxeo se preparan para que luche. Prende la TV y súbele al volumen, ya llego desde Azteca, se siente pura lumbre. Póngase bien trucha, también se me acostumbre. Los reyes del boxeo se preparan para que luche.
Del cielo producciones en la casa. El homie Records. Reportándose para TV Azteca, Mission, Texas. Los únicos haciendo historia y los primeros, los incomparables, los más perrones. Yeah, 956. Que suene la campana del bus de TV Azteca, la cadena más perrona, controlando Mission Texas. Llegó para quedarse, no hay nadie se parezca a los primeros haciendo historia. Que se quede en tu conciencia, que suene la campana del bus de TV Azteca, la cadena más perrona, controlando Mission Texas. Llegó para quedarse, no hay nadie se parezca a los primeros haciendo historia. Que se quede en tu conciencia.
Que suenen las campanas, que bajen el telón. Ya empezó lo más mejor, TV Azteca es el campeón. Levanten ya las manos en el Valle 956. Ya llegó TV Azteca, legendarios en el ring. El que la rifa machín, el que la rifa machín. Legendarios en el ring, legendarios en el ring. Tirando la toca, como Julio César, llegando a tu pantalla. Simón TV Azteca.
Que suene la campana del bus de TV Azteca, la cadena más perrona, controlando Mission Texas. Llegó para quedarse, no hay nadie se parezca a los primeros haciendo historia. Que se quede en tu conciencia, que suene la campana del bus de TV Azteca, la cadena más perrona, controlando Mission Texas. Llegó para quedarse, no hay nadie se parezca a los primeros haciendo historia. Que se quede en tu conciencia, que quede en tu conciencia, que quede en tu conciencia. TV Azteca, Mission Texas, Valle de Texas. Que quede en tu conciencia, que quede en tu conciencia. TV Azteca, Mission Texas, Valle de Texas. TV Azteca son los mejores, voz Azteca son los campeones, representando la Liga Mayores. Otra cadena, no nos copien, no nos copien, no nos pongan a igualdad, para que tú puedas tener realidad. No hay nada que nos pueda parar, para que tú puedas tener realidad.
Prende la TV y súbele al volumen, ya llego desde Azteca, se siente pura lumbre. Póngase bien trucha, también se me acostumbre. Los reyes del boxeo se preparan para que luche. Prende la TV y súbele al volumen, ya llego desde Azteca, se siente pura lumbre. Póngase bien trucha, también se me acostumbre. Los reyes del boxeo se preparan para que luche.
el soldado ya del cielo, producciones en la casa. Junto a el homie Chuy, Bantamweight Records.
One more time, if you have been injured, Matt has got your back. Attorney Matt Law, who has an office here in Houston, Texas, he's expanded. He got too big for San Antonio, he had to come to H-Town, Houston, Texas.
All right, and there we have it. We are back from the intermission we had here at the Pound for Pound in the city of Houston, Texas. We're excited. We got another welterweight bout for you guys. And to my right, I got a living legend, former WBA, WBO champion, Laredo, Texas native, Gabi Canizales out here tonight. Gabi, how you feeling? How these fights so far? How's the energy in the room?
Oh, it's exciting. I feel good, and I'm thankful I'm here. Thank you for inviting me to be helping you guys here.
Absolutely. So we're going to get some insight here with Gabi. Obviously here, you know, with a lot of experience in the ring himself. Also had been with the TDLR Commission for a lot of years. Just recently retired, Gabi. So excited to see you, you know, live out the golden ages, and you know, after a successful career, getting to see the youth, getting to see the prospects that are up and coming, as we see here, Lázaro Diaz putting his undefeated record on the line, 28 years old, here from Houston, Texas, versus another Houston, Texas native, Jonathan Rodriguez. So we're seeing here, Gabi, you know, usually the feel out. What type of fighter were you, Gabi? Did you usually use the first round for feeling out, or you were, you know?
Yes, that's what most of the rounds. The first round is just to find out the weaknesses, find out how you're gonna do the fight, how you're gonna run the fight. That's pretty much, yes.
See how aggressive they are as well.
Yes, yeah,
you know,
and you know how you can create opportunities to hit them. No, you make your plan.
Sure.
For the fight.
Obviously, we see Lázaro working the body here. Nice body movement going up to the top. Jonathan trying to return some fire here. Okay. And so, you know, Jonathan's, if I was his corner, Gabi, I'd tell him to kind of circle out of that corner. I don't like him in that corner. Lázaro's in the driver's seat there.
Yes, you're right. Lázaro taking control of the fight. That's what you want to be want to do as a fighter. You want to take control.
Yeah.
You want to dictate the fight. So you want to jab. You want to keep on the corner. And the corner, that's where you finish him off.
Yeah.
Right there. And the hooks are open. The liver shots are open. He can throw that liver shot and then bring it up to the uppercut. You know, he can do several things. Lázaro can't.
Yeah. Yeah, like right there.
If I was Jonathan, I would get out of the
Yeah, I was about to say, he should have gotten out there 2 minutes ago.
Yes, he shouldn't be there. He might be looking for an opportunity, you know, opening.
Yeah, trying to get that big shot.
But Lázaro is using his jab real smart.
Yeah.
You know, he has that jab.
Yeah, for sure. He's staying very poised, not giving him much room to try to come back. Obviously, there's the 10-second mark.
Yes.
We probably got to go obvious 10-9 here for Lázaro, Gabi.
Yes, I agree with you. Lázaro took the command. He had him in the corner. You know, looks like Jonathan's having a little difficult, handling Lázaro. So we'll see let's see the next corner, in the next round. Let's see what happens.
100%.
But what I would tell him, in the corner, what I would tell Jonathan is to stay away from the corner.
Yeah.
Yeah, and try and give. He's a lefty, so he can move more angles, move to the right, and try and take control of the fight.
Yeah. You know what's alarming though, Gabi, is that I couldn't hear his corner telling him to get out of there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yes. They should have told him. Sometimes if I was working the corner, usually I would prepare my fighter before they get in the ring, because usually when you yell, your opponent is serious.
Yeah, you're right.
And then they'll get ready.
You're right.
They'll get ready for whatever you tell them. Throw the right, and then
they know that the right's coming.
Right, and they prepare for counter or do something.
100%.
Yes.
So let's see the second round. Lázaro still seeming in control, keeping that. What a nice right uppercut there by Lázaro. Again, just different corner, Gabby, but same situation that we're finding Jonathan Rodriguez here.
Yes. Yeah, and Lázaro is taking control of the fight. You know, he can. I think he might be just preparing him. You know, but again, Jonathan should get out of the corner.
Yeah, he
to
definitely
have that opportunity.
Yeah, I'm not liking that. I mean, I don't know if that's a style that Jonathan. I've never seen him fight before, so I don't know if that's just his comfort spot where he likes to hang out at.
Well, you know, I've never seen him fight before, so, but you know, it looks like he might be out of gas too.
Yeah, sometimes you start out strong and that adrenaline dump kicks in, Gabby, huh?
Yeah. Well, no. Well, it depends on your conditioning. If you're in good condition, you know, you're gonna be moving. You're gonna be, you know, just moving around the ring, and I think maybe his conditioning was not. He was not well prepared for the fight.
Right. And remember, folks, Bridgepoint Insurance bringing you the action. And remember, Bridgepoint, that's bringing this incredible knockout to you. For our viewers in Hidalgo County, remember, Bridgepoint is the only authorized register for your plates, where you can get them, wait the lines, and hopefully we got a good Rodriguez. Hopefully he's doing okay. But Gabby, again, the same tune here. That corner was not suiting him well. This whole, you know, the first opening of these couple rounds.
Correct. Yeah. I don't know what the corner told him, but like I said, whatever they did, it didn't work.
Yeah.
You know, and obviously Jonathan looked tired in the second round. Yeah. So it might have been from those punches, some body shots.
Yeah.
That could have. He might have been hurt even from the first
round. Lázaro was doing a great job with those body punches, for sure. He was doing. He was working the liver.
So it could have been that from the first round he was still hurt.
Combination.
Yes.
And he looked like he had his high guard. Like most of the time, Jonathan was just more afraid of having the top, you know, having the head cover. Let's see the replay here, Gabby. Maybe we nice, you know.
Yeah, right hand.
The right hand, landing flush.
Yes. You know, and that's you know, the right hand is what works with the left-handers.
Yeah.
Especially if they're in the corner and you don't know, you know, if a fighter doesn't know how to work the corner, they're in for big trouble.
Yeah.
You know, you need to know how to work the corners.
Yeah.
You know, you can use the corners to a big benefit if you have that experience. You know, that's. But you know, I don't know what his. But then again, I don't know what his condition was to begin with.
Sure. Yeah, we don't know his conditioning. And obviously Lázaro moving his record to a 3-0, 2 knockouts. 28-year-old.
¿Qué pasó cuando tú conectaste? ¿Qué estaba tratando de hacer? ¿Tú sabías que podías usar
Move a little bit. It sounds really good when you get, but just you want to move the chair a little bit close? Yeah.
¿Qué no hiciste en el gimnasio para prepararte para la victoria de esta noche? Echarle mucho huevo. Entonces, estás seguido y quiero la gente, tus fanáticos quieren saber.
¿Cuándo tú tienes planes para regresar a la liga? Bueno, gracias por venir. Volvemos a eso. Shout out to Coach Bobby, Alu, Coach Aaron, thanks to everybody. Thanks to
And remember, folks, October the 5th, we're throwing down in the Brown Town, Brownsville, Texas. We got the Marines Promotion, UK versus USA live. And again, make sure you download all the apps on the App Store, Google, on the Apple Store as well. TV Azteca Texas, where we bring to you the live action for free 99.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following contest is scheduled for rounds in the junior welterweight division. At this time, making his way to the ring, fighting out the blue corner, John Arena.
And there you guys got it, Pablo Cruz versus John Herrera. New Mexico versus Houston, Texas. The guys with a lot of bouts under their belts. Both a little bit on their older age, 37 and 38 years old respectively. As Gabby said, he said they must love getting hit, you know. And once again, folks, you got here commentary Diego Gutierrez alongside the former WBO and WBA champion, Laredo, Texas native Gabby Canizales, here commentating tonight back in, I would say not in the ring, but we're very, very, very close to the action, Gabby. And we had an easy fight to commentary earlier, you know, one fight ago. And let's see where this one takes us.
Correct. We'll see. I mean, this looks like two guys that have been in boxing for a long time. They're experienced fighters.
Yep.
And so they know what to expect up there. They know what how important conditioning is.
Absolutely.
So we just got to see. Right now it's all about the will to win.
Absolutely. You know, and they got a lot of rounds in as well. You know, it's they got big records in there, so they definitely know what to expect. And remember, folks, Tacos and Tequila Festival, South Padre Island, September 14 and 15, La Isla del Escape. For those that are local, make sure that you go to this amazing festival. Every year they put on a great show, music, great food, great people, great drinks. So don't miss out the Tacos and Tequila Festival, only at South Padre Island. So we got about a minute and 30 seconds left. We're seeing here, obviously, Pablo Cruz. I feel like Pablo got a little bit of the upper hand. You know, I feel Herrera's taking a little bit of the damage here.
Pablo is using his jab really well. I mean, you know, the jab has a lot of, uses. You know, you keep them with a jab. You can keep a person at a distance and pretty much can control the fight if you have a good jab and a quick jab. So that's, you know, Pablo is doing really well with the jab right now.
And you could hear the crowd here in Zancudo, going by his apodo, his nickname.
Again, John should get out of the rope.
Yeah.
He should get out of the rope. That's not where he needs to be. But Pablo, that's where he wants to be.
Right.
But not John.
Said Herrera's corner got to tell him, you got to circle out.
Correct.
And again, Gabby, that jab working amazing for Cruz. Oh, nice right hand by Cruz, by El Zancudo Cruz. We're here on the last. Look, we even hear the kids out in the back, Gabby, behind us saying, get off the ropes, get off the ropes.
Tú tienes la velocidad, ok. Trabaja tu jab. La derecha al centro.
Even if you don't understand Spanish, you can understand jab, jab, jab.
He had a lot of courage. You know, he was real tough fighter. Yeah.
Here we are slated for round 2, unofficial scorecard. We got Cruz up on that first round, 10-9, possible 10-8 round. Obviously, there was no knockdown, I'm sorry, but there was not much happening from Herrera. What adjustments would you think, Gabby, if you were his corner? What would you tell Herrera to kind of change here on coming into the second round?
Well, I know he's trying to use the jab, but it appears that Pablo might have a little more lightning on his jab.
Yeah.
So I would try and give him more angles, go to the right, side steps, try and get Pablo to the ropes.
Yeah.
That's what he wants to do because, like I said, Pablo is a little quicker, so he wants to keep him under control, get him on the ropes, and right there on the ropes, give him angles, and throw him a bunch of punches.
Yeah.
It's the more punches you throw, for sure you're gonna at least 2 or 3 shots are gonna
Sure.
go.
Sure.
So that's what I would have told him to do.
Was CompuBox stats around in your era, Gabby? Punch stats and all that? Were they around?
I don't recall.
Yeah,
I don't recall.
I know nowadays some people like to take tally of how much punches thrown, in total of the fights. You hear of 1,000 and
Yes.
some of the lightweights, the lighter weights, featherweights,
Yeah, they throw. Yes.
high volume, high volume.
And now now everything's a lot of computerized.
Sure.
Back then, we didn't have that.
Yeah.
So we didn't know.
And again, Zancudo doing a great job having Herrera against the rope. Herrera really trying to circle his way out of there, is trying to see if he can maybe impose his will on El Zancudo.
Yeah, that's where he wants to keep him.
Right.
He needs to keep him there and throw combinations.
Yeah.
Oh, now he got back in the rope. A lot of times the ropes are useful. You can use them like to rest. So a lot of people get the ropes to rest. Sometimes you use the ropes as a swing, as a slingshot.
Yeah.
They counter a punch and use the rope to lean back, and then it will throw you back in.
Yeah.
Yeah, right there when they're inside fighting, I see some shots that could be a liver shot converted into an uppercut.
Yes.
And then converted into a hook.
Absolutely.
That will work really good when they're in close, but they're not doing it.
Yeah.
It's they can use the
Del fútbol, en Soccer Shop de la Plaza Mall encuentras artículos oficiales de tu equipo favorito, como jerseys del América, Chivas, Tigres y Rayados, internacionales como Real Madrid, Barcelona, Al Nassr e Inter de Miami.
Somos Soccer Shop adentro de la Plaza Mall, al lado del área de comida. Ven a visitarnos.
Objetivo. Siempre poner el nombre de mi país en alto. Eso está mal. Muchos me quieren ver caer, pero en el ring hablo yo. Canelo contra Berlanga, sábado 14 de septiembre por Azteca.
in a fight. The conditioning, it'll keep your legs up. You get up, you get hit, and your legs will keep you up.
Right. Yeah, you could have all the technique in the world, but if you don't got those lungs behind you,
You won't make it.
no, there's
You
no
won't make
way.
it.
They always say, Gabby, it's scarier the fighter with not as much technique, but got lungs for days,
Yes.
And here we got an unofficial scorecard. We got El Zancudo up 2-0. Obviously, we see a little bit of a better showing by the New Mexico fighter on the second round, but obviously not enough to take the nod here on that second round. Let's see what adjustments his corner tells him to make. Obviously, he's hopefully we stay away from that ropes, that it's not really doing much favor to him. Oh, nice left hook. But Herrera just embraced it, Gabby. He said, all right, no problem. I'll take it to the chin. I think the beard's doing a little bit of a job there. He's using it as a pad protection there.
No, what Herrera needs to do, he really needs to start pushing the fight a little bit more.
Yeah.
He needs to start showing that he wants to win. He's taking the lead, so he really needs to put more pressure on Pablo.
Yeah.
That's what he wants to do. But then Pablo is doing what he should do right now.
Yeah, sometimes you see those fighters that like to really, I don't know if save it for the later rounds when they know they got a tough opponent, and they never really kick it into that next gear, but they stay on that gear throughout the fight,
Yes.
But if you got a very game opponent like Pablo, that strategy might not work to your favor at the end of the day.
Yeah. Well, then it goes back to the conditioning. You know, if they're in condition, you know you're in condition, you're gonna go there. You can battle every round.
Sure.
From the beginning to the end, you battle.
Yeah.
You know, it's two gladiators going in there.
Right.
Hand-to-hand combat. You know, that's the condition. That's
Yeah.
what the condition would do.
Yep. Nice body shot by Herrera. We're starting to see a little bit of better output here by Herrera.
Yeah, both fighters. I can see both fighters now. You know, they're both sharing punches,
finding their groove a little bit more.
Yes, finding a little bit more. You know, they should start going and turn into lateral moves and throwing hooks, throwing right crosses. You know, maybe plan. Try to draw him in to throw a punch and then come back with a counter.
Yeah. We got the last 10 seconds here of this third round. Cruz picking up the pace, trying to make sure that he secures this round.
Pretty much.
Pretty much, right?
I mean, yeah, usually, you know, they say, this is what they say, that the last minute, the last 30 seconds, that's what the judges will remember.
Yeah.
So I don't know what's going to happen in this case.
Yeah.
What's going to happen in this case, I don't know.
I can hear you really good right now. Look, when you look at me, it only picks up here, like the front part, not the sides. I usually do this sideways here. So you would kind of put your head on that side, you would do this to talk.
So if I go with
so like if you're looking at me, just kind of do the
Okay.
So just stay close.
Okay. Am I being? Are they hearing me or not?
Yeah, nomás que they're telling me que está un poquito lejos.
Oh, okay.
So we got the fourth and final round, Gabby. You got this like me, three rounds to Pablo.
Well, Pablo, yes. Pablo had the first 2 rounds.
Yeah.
The third round was pretty. You know, it was a hard to decide.
Right.
Because they both really showed that they were, sharing punches.
Sure.
So this is going to be, I think, one of the final rounds.
And obviously, as we both agreed, that Pablo tried to pick up the pace a little bit on the last 30 seconds. As you say, sometimes, depending on the judge, they take that into account, seeing how you finish the round. Anytime that it's a very close and decisive round. Obviously, we're seeing a little bit of a better showing by Herrera from that third round. But as any warrior, you probably want to get that knockout on your record. So let's see if Pablo, as you said, conditioning is everything. Let's see how much conditioning he got to try to finish off the New Mexican fighter, Gabby.
I think both fighters should start putting pressure. Right here, they need to show the judges that you still have more energy into it and fighting, and how bad you want to win this fight.
Yeah.
So they need to push each other.
Right.
Right
And
here.
Herrera has not much choice here, but trying to get a knockout here at this point, at this far along the fight.
He at least to maybe get a chance to win.
Right.
Yeah. And now, if he can knock him out and hurt him, put him down, that'll be like a 8-10 round. If he puts him down.
Correct.
So we just gotta wait and see what's gonna happen.
Sure. And we could hear Zancudo's corner telling him to unload to try to finish off Herrera. But Herrera's like a zombie, man. He's just taking him.
But I see Herrera, when he puts his guards up, he puts his head forward too. So giving Pablo a chance to hit him.
Yeah, you're right.
Leaning forward.
You're right.
Instead of staying away from him.
Yeah, 100%. And we're slated for these last 40 seconds here. He got Herrera on some wobbly knees here, Gabby.
Yes, I see Pablo throwing some wild punches.
Yeah.
But they're being blocked. I don't see any uppercuts.
Right.
Uppercuts, body shots. That's what probably can take him down.
Sure.
If you hit him on the right time, on the right place.
Yeah, 100%. And there you have it, folks. The first bout that goes the full 4 rounds. Had a lot of knockouts.
It was an interesting fight.
Yeah.
It was an action fight. I mean, you can tell these fighters are gladiators.
Yeah.
They've been there for many years.
Sure.
They've been there for many fights, so they knew what to expect. They both obviously they both wanted to win.
Yeah.
But I would have loved for to be an even fight, but sadly one has to.
Yeah,
one has
of course.
to, and I'm glad that the judges are the ones that will make that decision.
That's not our job. And there you see the mutual respect by both of these warriors, veterans, 37 and 38 years old, respectively.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 4 hard-fought rounds coming to you live on Azteca here, while you event subject to the judges' scorecards. And all 3 judges, Joe Rodriguez, Michelle Morales, and Ricky Stoner, scored about the same. The scores of 40 to 36 in favor of the winner. Representando el
Jim Deladio, and come to the fight October 5th on Boxing Azteca, Texas.
Julian Delgado, known as King Julian. Don't miss my fight October the 5th on Box Azteca, Texas.
Feel free to make some noise. The both fighters can now face the photographer, face the media. Both will listen. It'll be a good one tomorrow night. Rain at the leg. Make some noise. Make some noise. Pelea from Monroe, nice. Who's coming from representing 8 down. It's going to be taking on Vamos, papá. Tomorrow night, 4 rounds. Go, Fabian! 3-4. Go, ready, boy? This one's going to be a good one, folks. It's going to be the second. Louisville right out to the corner. Louisville right out. Good luck to both of those young ladies. They're going to be pressing the first.
Que suenen las campanas, que bajen el telón, ya empezó lo más mejor. TV Azteca es el campeón, levanten ya las manos en el Valle 956, ya llegó TV Azteca, legendarios en el ring, el que la rifa machín, el que la rifa machín, legendarios en el ring, legendarios en el ring, tirando la tocar, como Julio C, están llegando a tu pantalla, somos TV Azteca.
Suene la campana del box de Azteca, la cadena más perrona, controlando Misión Texas, llegó para quedarse, no hay nadie se parezca, lo primero haciendo historia, que se quede en tu conciencia. Suene la campana del box de Azteca, la cadena más perrona, controlando Misión Texas, llegó para quedarse, no hay nadie se parezca, lo primero haciendo historia.
And it will be the first of 2 title bouts
There you have it, folks. We got Reina Tellez versus Jermisha Post.
Después de estar unos momentos ya en la transmisión en inglés.
Both undefeated fighters with a couple of knockouts under their belts. We got a belt underway here. We're going to have a new champion here walking out with a nice shiny belt. But more important than that, as Christian Smith said, there's going to be an O that has to go on the loss column. So let's see what we got here. There was an intense stare down yesterday, and we got, all the way from St. Louis, Missouri, 26 years old Jermisha versus Reina Tellez, 21-year-old. And let's see what we got. Doubling up. Tellez doubling up on that jab here. Looking a little bit like a feeling out round. Oh, nice combination by Tellez. Tellez definitely coming out strong. Again, coming from that Benavides camp out in Florida, but hailing from the Countdown City 210, San Antonio, Texas. Got the referee splitting them up. Nice right by Reina. Tellez being a little bit more the aggressive fighter here. But Boo Boo is going to see, what she can kind of mount up here. Nice head movement by Boo Boo, trying to pick a spot, trying to go for the body, but Tellez moves out right on time. Once again, guys, we got the Tacos and Tequila Festival happening on South Padre Island, September the 14th and the 15th. We're the proud sponsors of this, making sure that you guys get this transmission free, live, straight to your phones, laptops. Nice jab going through the guard of Boo Boo. A little bit of a sloppy right by Reina, maybe just measuring a bit. Last 5 seconds here of this first initial round. That's the first round. And we see instructions there by the Benavides camp. Obviously I can't hear there, but looked like he was signaling to work the body a little bit more there. Let's see what adjustments both of these camps make. Oh, nice right landing through the guard of Boo Boo by Reina Tellez. Not much landing for both of these fighters here, these first couple of seconds. A lot of missing. I mean, and not because they're bad shots. A lot of them got great head movement. Both of them got great head movement here for both. Nice jab there by Reina, crossing the guard. Boo Boo might have just landed a nice left hook. I didn't get a good angle view here. She's definitely trying to close the distance as much as possible, trying to become the aggressor. Nice 1-2 Nice 1-2 there from Reina Tellez. Referee breaking him up. Restarting him there from the middle of that squared circle. Nice body shots by Reina. What a left hook landed by Reina Tellez. There might have been a behind the head. Yeah, behind the head warning here by the referee. Oh, what a left hook by Reina. Trying, oh, nice. Final 10 seconds here. Nice, going with the hook to the body, then on the top. Good solid round by both of these fighters, but I gotta give it to Reina.
Fútbol, en Soccer Shop de la Plaza Mall encuentras artículos oficiales de tu equipo favorito, como jerseys del América, Chivas, Tigres y Rayados, internacionales, como Real Madrid, Barcelona, Al Nassr e Inter de Miami.
Somos Soccer Shop adentro de la Plaza Mall, al lado del área de comida. Ven a visitarnos.
Objetivo. Siempre poner el nombre de mi país en alto. Eso está mal. Muchos me quieren ver caer, pero en el ring hablo yo. Canelo contra Berlanga, sábado 14 de septiembre por Azteca.
210 boxing here in Houston in the house. 210 boxing, Brandon Walker.
And we are off to this third round of this championship caliber fight here. Let's see what the Missouri native got for the Texan. What a right hand by Reina. You know, I do like the aggressiveness from Boo Boo, but she's just a little bit, just tad late. Reina doing a well job of making sure she's out of mind, out of sight, right on time, and avoiding some big shots from Misha here. Jermisha, sorry. Reina doing some stalking down on Boo Boo. Let's see what she can mount up to. Nice exchange by both of these fighters here. Definitely picking it up a gear. Time by referee. Mouth guard is out from Jermisha. They're about to rinse it out, put it back. Trying to get some instructions there by her corner. Obviously, that I don't believe that's legal. I mean, you could try to pull it off, of course, right? But the refs are not a big fan of you cornering while there's timeouts happening. What a right shot by Reina Tellez. The Texan mounting up an offense here in this third round. In the last final 10 seconds, seems like Reina has gotten Pokey in trouble. And wow, what a save by the bell. I think Reina was just about to start putting it in overdrive. Starting to see some swelling here from the right eye of Boo Boo. Nothing major, but nonetheless, some swelling happening there on the right eye of Boo Boo Poke. Nice left hand landed by Reina. And it seems Reina might have gotten some instructions to start going for the kill, as we would say. Nice body in up to the top. Solid fight by both of these girls out here, you know. Reina is definitely getting her money's worth here by Boo Boo, an undefeated fighter from the St. Louis, Missouri area, traveling down here to the Space City, Texas. Nice body shot by Reina, landing there to the midsection of Boo Boo. I feel Boo Boo's just waiting a little bit too much to start attacking, giving Reina just a little bit too much time to set up her punches. So Boo Boo needs to really pick up the volume. I mean, if she wants to have a shot at getting something going here. You know, nice good shot there by Boo Boo, passing the guard of Benavides. Nice. Just missed there on the last right hand. Last 10 seconds here. Nice left hook, body. Up to the top. Finishing strong this fourth round. And a big shout out to the viewers at home. Thank you for allowing us to come into your living room, backyards, wherever you may be watching it from, Facebook, YouTube, the TV Azteca Texas app. And we're in this fifth round here. Jermisha Boo Boo versus Reina Tellez. Reina looking calm, collective, smooth. Jermisha trying to mount up some offense here. Finally got a good sweat by both of these women on here. Nice right, passing the guard of Boo Boo by Reina Tellez. See, these little shots are just a little bit too short, and Reina's just getting able to move out right on time. I mean, she's doing a great job coming in, and she's ejecting out of there quick. You know, she's not waiting for the counter from Boo Boo. Boo Boo is doing the right deal. I mean, she's trying to counter, but Reina's just out right on time. Wow, what a nice combination there put up by Reina. Wow, that right hand, it seemed it might have wobbled Boo Boo a bit, buckled her knees, but she out here like a champ putting up, you know, again, she also got an undefeated fight record up that she's putting on the line tonight here at the Bayou City Event Center. Wow, what a body, and then going up to the top with the left hand by Tellez. She opened up, I mean, it really only happened because she went to the body, brought Boo Boo's guard down, and then came up with a nice straight jab straight to the, you know, nose, chin, somewhere. I didn't get a good angle of it, but. Wow, what a great 1-2 combination by Reina there. Wow, these girls came to fight. These girls came to fight. These girls came to fight, and you guys are getting the opportunity to see these girls live go at it. Only here in La Casa del Boxeo, TV Azteca, Texas. I believe this is the sixth and final round for both of these champions here. Obviously, unofficial scorecard, I got Reina up, but you could definitely tell the anxiousness of Boo Boo, knowing that she's more than likely down on the scorecards and coming aggressive, but it's coming out costly as Reina just landed a heck of a right hand down the pipes. And look, Reina just does a great job of using both body, head, body, head, body, head, 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 body, body, head. I mean, she's just mustering up in incredible combinations that, you know, unfortunately for Boo Boo, they're really taxing on her. But again, Boo Boo does definitely have to come out swinging here, you know, go for broke, as they would say. You know, again, I'm not the judges. I don't pretend to be the judge, but more than likely she's down by more than a round, that's for sure. And so she needs to figure something out, but I mean, Thais just looks too much in control. Nice exchange here by both fighters. Thais might have getting the slighter edge. Boo Boo trying to answer with a left hook, but Reina's there, you know. Boo Boo lands one, but Thais lands three, 2.5, 3 punches in there, you know. Last 10 seconds here. Wow, what a nice left hook to the top. Incredible. And I was wrong. This is not a 6-round bout. My apologies for you guys. But good for you guys, right? You guys get more action back home. And we're back, round number 7. Boo Boo versus Reina Thais. 7th round. A lot of great conditioning, you know, they don't really seem like they're slowing down. And again, these girls are both undefeated. None of them, I mean, no, I don't think ever a fighter ever wants to drop that O on their loss record. And you know, you'd be willing to go through to great lengths, right? Oh, they're stopping the fight here momentarily. She had a punch there to the chest area, kind of got her women parts, you know, kind of unaccommodated there, so she got that situated there, luckily. A little bit of a head clash looks here from my side. Maybe the ref just missed it, but Thayes knows, hey, we ain't stopping. Boo Boo definitely trying to do some stalking down of herself. You know, she has good head movement, but Thayes is there. Thayes is finding, I mean, like if she's timing that head movement, and as soon as Boo Boo decides to land on one side, Thayes is there with the jab, opening it up. Opening that guard up. Wow, good exchange by both. But again, you know, Boo Boo ejects early. Reina stays in that pocket and gets 4, 5, 6 shots off, and Boo Boo just gets 1 or 2. So that's kind of the difference maker when we're getting into these scuffles here, that Reina's just getting more precision at the end of the day. Maybe the length also by Reina. She definitely got the height advantage, reach advantage to her favor. And now we're slated here for the 8th and final championship round. Reina Thayes, Boo Boo Poke coming at it wild, swinging from the gates of this 8th round. These girls are going at it. They're going both for broke. Nice shots landing here by Thayes. Good body shot. Boo Boo kind of, you know, getting that warning, using her head a lot to try to push off, trying to ram her opponent, as you would say. But again, both of these girls got my respect. They both came here to fight. They both showed up to Houston with no intentions of losing tonight. You know, I just got to give a little bit of more credit to Reina as far as being finesse, a little bit more technical. Boo Boo, you could definitely tell she's very athletic. She's very agile, but she's just getting beat to the punch by Reina Thayes here. You know, and Reina's now just having fun here. She's kind of getting her groove on here. So let's see how we end this final 8th championship round. Nice body shots by Thayes. Now going back up to the top. Nice, see, she's working. Look at that body, that body, that body, that body, that body. That has been the answer to tonight's fight. Body, body, head. Look at these girls, what a heck of a fight we got here tonight, live on TV Azteca, Texas. Woo! Incredible. Hats off to both of these fighters. For Boo Boo making the trip down here from St. Louis, Missouri. Reina Thayes representing Team Benavides out in Florida, but representing the Countdown City San Antonio, Texas. Where are you guys tuning in from? I can see some of y'all's message. I just jumped into the feed here. Where are you guys watching from? Want to send a shout out to you guys. A lot of you guys, Team Reina. You guys got a heck of a fighter on y'all's hands. Bright future. If I am correct, she is how old here? 21 years old. 21 years old, so the future is bright for the Benavides camp fighter, Reina Telles. I wish they had another 2 rounds here, to be honest with you. Boo Boo looks, she ready too. Reina's cool, collective, and Boo Boo too. I mean, they both came to fight. Official decision.
We go to the judges' scorecards. Judges Michelle Morales scored about 80 to 72. Judge Ricky Stoner scored about 79 to 73. And Judge Jesse Reyes scored about 80 to 72. All three in favor of who is still undefeated. And now the new APM Super Bantamweight champion from San Antonio, Texas.
And there you see, I believe it's her sister out here in the crowd going crazy, excited to see her sister, if I'm not mistaken. The other half of the Telles duo. And what a beautiful scene here by the newly crowned champion at the Super Bantamweight division, Reina Telles, leaving Space City, Houston, with another beautiful belt added to that collection. Again, 21 years old. Bright future for the Telles sisters. And a big shout out to Boo Boo as well. Was a very game opponent. And let's hear ringside here.
What did you work
watch out for her, as her coach said. She's ready to get back in the ring October 4th. A lot of upside for this fighter. Benavides camp saying she's going to future world champion. He knows what he got in his hands, and we wish her the best of luck here from the TV Azteca Texas team. Much luck to her and her sister, coming out both victorious tonight. And a big shout out, people watching us from Ohio. I see you, Kim Hoover. Who else we got on here? I am on the Facebook Live. We got Theus's aunt, Teresa, watching as well. We still got a jam-packed card for you guys. Remember the main event. We got Miguel Flores facing off versus Chase Nelson. Veterans with a lot of fights under their belts. Miguel Flores 25-5. Chase Nelson 21-2. Some notable fights with Miguel Flores. He went the distance with Leo Santa Cruz. Went to a draw with Abner Mares. So trust me, you guys are getting some high quality fights brought to you by Pound for Pound Entertainment. Big shout out to Santiago Chago, the promoter here, that's always doing a great job, bringing some great fights here to this great state of Texas. Louis Villarreal also matchmaking. Obviously, also TV Azteca Texas. Want to keep you guys informed. We got Berlanga versus Saúl El Canelo Álvarez coming up Septiembre 14. And it only live here in TV Azteca. I mean, not only. You guys can pay for it if you want to pay for it pay-per-view. But you guys know TV Azteca rolls. You got us on the app. You're going to be watching some good quality fights. That's for sure. Hoy no más. And about to join me up in the next fight, guys. I had the pleasure of commentating with Gabi Canizales, former WBA, WBO champion. But also, you guys are in for a treat. We got his brother, Orlando Canizales, about to come here to the broadcasting booth. This guy, IBF champion, with a total of 15 title defenses. He's definitely a Hall of Famer. And you guys get to hear from him tonight on the mic. Aquí with yours truly, Diego Gutierrez. right, and there you have it, folks. We got another bout coming to you. Eduardo Garcia and Luis Salas. And now, like the previous fight, you guys had to put up with me the whole fight. But next to me, we got a boxing Hall of Famer legend, the one and only Laredo, Texas native, Orlando Canizales here next to me. Orlando, how's the energy in the room? How do you feel being here tonight with us?
Oh, well, first of all, thank you for inviting me and having me here. It's always a pleasure to be here, and it's always fun to do this. And I mean, it's a great night of boxing, and it's so far. So I mean, the fights are amazing. They're wonderful, and I'm just enjoying. It's good always to be a spectator. I mean, it's always. I was always, fighting. I was always in the ring fighting, but now, I look now as I'm a spectator. So, but it's always great to be here and support boxing.
Now you get to enjoy it and not have the nerves and that comes with it. I mean, you had so many fights that you probably maybe got used to them, of handling the nerves, but. The couple of fights that I had, oh man, the nerves were high every single time. You almost can't enjoy the day. You're super excited when it's over, especially if you got the win. But the leading up to it, oh man.
Yeah, well, I got used to it. I did it for so many years. So for me, it wasn't really like I wouldn't get that nervous. I would just focus on my fights. So I got used to it. Like I said, I did it for so many years, so I got used to it.
It was just another day in the office.
Yes, sir.
Tacos and Tequila, South Padre Island, guys. Remember, September 14th and the 15th.
Diego, what a pleasure it is to be joined by what many boxing pundits consider to be the greatest bantamweight of all time, Orlando Canizales. He was inducted into the Hall of Fame in 2009 alongside the great Lennox Lewis, the pride of Laredo, Texas. When you go to Laredo, you will actually see he and his brother's names on the water tower. He defended his bantamweight championship a record 16 times, so I'm really excited to be picking his brain here. I want to ask Orlando this question now. When you had that rematch with Billy Hardy, when you went to England, in this fight, it may not be as much of a distance, but we have, Perez Sales, from Mexico coming to another country, fighting, Eduardo Garcia, who's the hometown boy. When you beat Billy Hardy in that rematch, tell me, what more did you feel like you had to do more because you were coming to a foreign country? Did you have to go and be more aggressive to get that victory?
Well, the first fight we fought, it was over there in England. So in the rematch was in Laredo was totally different. But the first time, when I went there, it was like, there's no excuses. He just fought a tough. Fighting in his hometown, it was just a tough fighter. He fought real tough. He's a tough guy fighting in his hometown. But when he fought in Laredo, it was a total different outcome.
So do you think Salas has to do extra to get this victory tonight?
Well, yeah. He has to do a little bit more.
del boxeo,
Yeah, so now as we get into the second round, usually I ask your brother the same question, Orlando. were you the type of fighter kind of like the first round as a feel out round most of the time?
Basically, it is. Most fighters first round is like to feel each other out, and
sure.
But it's especially when you're fighting 10 rounds, or 12 title fights. Yeah, it's more of a to feel out each other out, and just to study the other fighter. Yeah.
Right. Usually you'll see that in the amateur or people that are debuting, that the nerves kick in and, they try to unload the clip there, in the first round, and then they gas out going into the second.
I've seen it many times that, they go all out in the first round, and by the second round they're super tired. And but I said they should do more. Like it's not three rounds anymore. It's 4 rounder.
Right.
One more round is it's an extra round. And you have to take your time and just not be that aggressive, because like I said, if you're not in great shape, or even if you're in shape, you gotta take your time to feel each other out.
Oh, Orlando, you got to throw in a couple 15 rounders in your career.
Well,
did you?
I fought one time. Only
what?
once when I won the title. It was a 15-round fight. So I went the whole 50 rounds.
And when that went away with it, you said, "Oh my God, thank God, there's no longer the 15 rounds."
Yeah, no, because it's
tough fight.
Yeah, well, after 12 rounds, I was exhausted. I was tired. Even though I was in great shape, but still, it's 12. I was after 12 rounds, I was super tired.
Gosh.
Yeah, and it's like, so I'm glad after that, I was glad that it went down to 12 rounds.
Was that a decision by the commission, council, to get rid of the 15s?
Well, because I think it was because of the injuries that were happening, and so that's why, I was one of the last 15 rounders. Like 2 months later,
wow.
they changed they changed the rounds, the
Back
fights
down
to the title fights to 12 rounds. Yes, sir.
Nice. Well, here we got Salas and Garcia slated out for 8 rounds tonight. So we're doing about half the workload you did at one point there, Orlando.
Yeah, well, both of it's they're both of them are changing real blows. Good. They're getting good shots. It's pretty even fight round so far.
Sure. Both working the body a little bit as well.
Yeah, well. Yeah, they're both throwing combinations to the body and to the head. So, it's a pretty close round, because both of them are pretty. They're throwing effective punches and they're getting hurt.
Saborea todos los sabores en el Festival de Tacos y Tequila, este 14 y 15 de septiembre en el Centro de Convenciones de la Isla del Padre. Prueba tacos de cada esquina del valle y toma muestras de los tequilas más finos, con música en vivo de Grupo Sólido, Los Palominos y muchos más. Ven a ver la lucha libre y participa en competencias del grito, chancla voladora, jalapeño y taco eating contest. Para boletos visita sopadre.com/tacos. El Festival de Tacos y Tequila en la Isla del Padre.
¿Eres aficionado del fútbol? En Soccer Shop de la Plaza Mall encuentras artículos oficiales de tu equipo favorito, como jerseys del América, Chivas, Tigres y Rayados, internacionales, como Real Madrid, Barcelona, Al Nassr e Inter de Miami.
Somos Soccer Shop adentro de la Plaza Mall, al lado del área de comida. Ven a visitarnos.
We're heading into the third round right now. If you saw at the end of that round, Salas lost his mouthpiece. That's been twice now. If he does that again, referee James Green might deduct a point. But so far, from what I've seen, it's been all Eduardo Garcia from the opening bell. You can tell Salas came here to fight, but he's a far away from Puebla, Mexico. Looking at him landing with those solid shots right there, digging to the body. But I think it's just going to be a matter of time. I do want to remind everybody watching, this is a 6-round fight. And on my scorecard so far, I've got 2 rounds in favor of the firefighter from Houston, Texas. Gentlemen, how do you have the fight scored thus far?
Well, I think Garcia, I think even though they're both exchanging blows, I think Garcia is the effective puncher and is doing a little bit more. And I think he's winning the fight.
Yeah, you see that Salas is a little bit more, I would say reckless, but just more, the technique not there. Right. We see Garcia just the pinpoint accuracy, just really staying in that driver's seat, as I like to say. not feeling like he's out of his comfort zone. You know, Salas, you could tell that he's just fighting himself in trouble, and there goes the third time, the mouthpiece, which he might get a deduction at this point. Obviously, it's a little dangerous without it, but that's the third time. And there goes the 1 point deduction by Salas. Referee gave him enough warnings.
Salas not in a good spot right now. He's down 2 rounds, and then he just had a point deducted by referee James Green, and he's really going to have to go all or nothing. I mean, he's going to have to go for a knockout or at least a knockdown to at least turn the tide right here, because Eduardo Garcia came here with the just ready to dominate this fight, and with the combinations that he's throwing, the solid combinations, he's just landing with the harder punches. And Salas is getting a little bit wild in there, but that's what he needs to do. He has to make this a dogfight if he wants to have any type of chance in leaving with his hand raised. And another point has been deducted one more time, and referee James Green might disqualify the young man from Puebla, Mexico. And there it went again.
That was it.
And referee James Green is letting him trade leather, but I think I can honestly say that if that mouthpiece comes out one more time, I just don't think that he's going to be allowed to fight anymore, because I think referee James Green is going to be calling this fight. But he's in about a point of desperation right now, because Garcia is just too technically sound from what we've seen thus far.
Yeah, well, Garcia is he's a more effective puncher. He's hit every time he hits. It looks like he's hit him. He's hurt him every time he hits. It's hurting Salas. And
Orlando, in your career, did you ever see a situation where the ref stopped it because the mouth guard kept coming out?
Never. It never happened. I never seen a guy drop his mouthpiece
that many times.
Yeah, no, maybe once, but not like 3 or 4 times
in the same round.
Yeah,
right?
No, never.
And if you really think about it, Orlando, it does become a hazard. I mean, you as a referee, you're supposed to protect the fighter at all times. So when you see that you constantly see the fighter spitting it out, or falling out, I mean, the fighter is no longer competent to be protected in there.
I think there's a rule for that. I'm not sure. After 2-3 times, I think that you disqualified. But I'm not sure. But after 2-3, there's too many. That they should focus on the fighter and see if he's okay.
And I wonder if it's a manufacturer mouthpiece that, is it no good? Did he choose the wrong one, or is Garcia that good, or hitting him that? I mean, obviously he's putting good whooping on him.
But he's been Salah's been there for he has experience, so he's been there for a while. He's been around for a while, and so it's not the first time. So he's fought. So I mean, so he knows what is going on. So
sure.
Yeah, but even though Garcia is still doing, like you said, he's the effective puncher. Right there, he caught him with a left hook and dropped him with a left hook.
Yeah. And a veteran move there, Orlando, when you know that you got your cobwebs, take the knee, grab.
Just move around, try to move around, bob and weave, or
sure.
Yeah, but just move around and grab. If you can't grab, you're right. Move around.
You see Salas that he was obviously rocked and he went back to a knee.
Right.
Sometimes the ref sees you that you stumble too much, they can call it off. So you think that's a smart move by just take the knee and take the
full count.
Full count and get up on 9 or whatnot.
Exactly. And take the full 8 count so you can rest a little bit more. But
sure.
Yeah.
Well, I've seen it in the past too, Orlando, where they prematurely just try to get up because of the ego, right? The ego. I mean, your family, your friends are here, and you don't want, and because you prematurely get up,
right.
The ref sees you stumble and they call it off.
Well, yeah. Well, it's because you're hurt.
Sure.
If you stumble, it's because you're not 100% to continue fighting. That's why they stop the fight.
Yeah. But the veteran move here, like Salas, is, hey, wait, don't rush the count.
Right, exactly. So
don't get up before time.
Right. Should have waited and wait for the count.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yeah, but so far he saw Garcia. I mean, Garcia is dominating the fight.
Yeah.
His punches are, I mean, they're
Well-
more effective, and just every time he hits him, it hurts him.
Sure.
So I mean, it's just a matter of time for the referee or for the corner to stop the fight.
Well, and then with the 2-point deductions in the third round, the knockdown here in the fourth, there's zero room for Salas other than a knockout.
Right, exactly. I mean, there's no way he can win it. The only way he'll win is by a knockout, but I doubt it though.
Orlando, any time in your career where you felt you were behind in the scorecards and you know you got a knockout, any you recall any fights like that?
As a matter of fact, I got dropped like once or twice, but I got up and you know I thought that you know I got dropped, but I knew what I had to do to win the fight. So I had to be more aggressive and like I said, to be more aggressive and effective punching to be able to score points and win the fight.
Nice. Did you go to the cards or?
Go to the cards, right?
And you were still would have pulled it off?
I still won by decision.
Nice. And as you guys heard it here, ringside announcing with us, 16-time IBF boxing champion Orlando Canizales, inducted into the Boxing Hall of Fame 2009. And now you get him here live on TV Azteca, Texas, here in Houston, Texas. Still residing in Laredo, Texas. Still residing in Laredo, Texas. Living there. In Laredo, right? Is where you're still living?
Yes, sir. I live in Laredo, Texas.
Yes.
Sir. Born and raised, and I still live there.
Hey.
I was born and raised in Laredo, and I still live there.
Great fight city.
Oh, yeah.
Once again, thanks so much for watching us at TV Azteca, Texas. I'm here with Diego Gutierrez. My name is Christian Schmidt, here with the Bantamweight GOAT, Orlando Canizales. Pleasure to have Orlando come be a part of tonight's team. We enjoy picking his brain and getting his expertise on the fight right here. Right now, TV Azteca has not given a round to Salas. Garcia's just been too technically sound and landing the harder, stronger punches right here. But Salas is a tough customer. He came a far away from Puebla, and he didn't come here to lose either. But solid 1-2 combination right there by the fighter from Houston, Texas. It looks like it's just going to be a matter of time. Beautiful right hook to the jaw. That's not a good spot to be hit. Champ, do you think that this one's going to go the distance, or are we going to see a knockout?
Well, I mean, it's already the fifth round. I don't know, but it's by Garcia, like I said, he's definitely controlling and winning this fight. He's, you know, by far. So the only way Salas can win is by a knockout, but I doubt it. Like, you know, he's like I said, Garcia is taking him apart by going with combinations of the body into the head, and it's just just perfecting his craft and just working.
You can just see Garcia's confidence grow from the first round. I mean, there's just not an ounce of loss, and I mean, he's saying, "Let's fight. Let's do it in the middle of the ring. Let's trade." And Salas is definitely trying, but he's going to have to get desperate if he wants a win right here. And if he spits that mouthpiece out again, I really think James Green is going to be disqualifying him. Folks, stick around, because tonight we've got that highly anticipated main event, as Chase Nelson is going to be taking on hometown product Miguel Flores. But now Salas, you know, he's doing and that could be it. That is about the fifth or sixth time we've seen the mouthpiece spit out, and it looks like James Green is going to let it continue. But I think David Garcia would want the clean knockout opposed. Well, and still, it was about the sixth time now. And now Salas trying to complain, saying he's getting hit with the rabbit punches behind the head. But a solid combination from Salas. This is boxing, folks, and anything can happen. And I'm not sure if the ref, yeah, he did see it. That is about the seventh time. Gentlemen, I don't think I've ever seen a fighter lose his mouthpiece this much ever in a professional boxing match. Have you?
I had just asked Orlando that question earlier. Never, once or twice at the most, huh?
Yeah, but I think that when it happens, they usually disqualify the fighter. But you know, they let him fight. The last round, one more round. The last round, I think, like you said, Salas needs a knockout to win.
That's it.
But I doubted that he'll be able to knock him out. But you never know, you know. One lucky shot, one lucky punch.
Yeah, it's all it takes sometimes.
Yeah.
But again, I think with that, as I think we stated earlier, I mean, the veteran, you see it, I think, more in the, you know, when they're newbies. But a veteran like Garcia.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. That mouth. He's not getting that mouth guard back.
I think that you stop that fight.
Yeah.
I think that you stop the fight.
Look, I mean, there's no way of, again.
Yeah, he's taking a beating. Why we'll continue.
Save it for another day.
Yeah.
Sometimes, you know, trying to be the tough man doesn't work out well at the end of the day. Garcia, nice work to the body there. Got a minute and 30, a little bit less than a minute and 30 to close up the sixth and final round.
That's
it. He's not even going to make an effort to give him back the mouthpiece, Orlando.
I haven't seen anything like this before. Like, I've been in boxing for almost 40 years and I've never seen. It's just been like what 8-10 times already. Like,
oh yeah,
that's ridiculous. I mean, that's no.
I mean, it almost gets me to wonder, what could it be? Does he got his jaw broken? What's going on here? You know that. Is he breathing too heavy with his mouth? You know that he's leaving it open. It almost puts you to wonder, you know.
Well, yeah. Well, the first rule that the first rules when they teach you when you're younger, when you're fighting it, you always keep your mouth shut.
Sure.
You close your mouth and you breathe through your nose.
Right.
You never open your mouth because they can when they hit you, they can break your jaw. They can break your jaw when you open your mouth. So that's why you should always close your mouth and breathe through your nose.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's one of the rules when you're young, when they teach you.
Yeah, it's like the first time you're sparring to the rim, right? Yeah, exactly, yeah. The first day you're sparring, that's the first rule of thumb there.
Right.
And there it almost fell for the 10th time tonight. And that's the ending of that unofficial scorecard here. We got Garcia looking by a landslide, and obviously the point deductions the knockdown, there's just no way. I mean, Salas has any type of shot to getting.
It was. I mean, he made Garcia work. You know, he made him work for 6 rounds. It made him sweat for 6 rounds.
Yeah, absolutely.
But, I mean, but it was an easy fight, but he still had to work for it. It was a tough. You know, he had to work for it.
Yeah.
He had to work for the win.
Yeah, obviously hats off to Salas. You know, it's going in there with an undefeated fighter like Garcia, putting up the full 6 rounds, taking some good shots, taking some shots that probably would have knocked out a lot of other fighters. And good sportsmanship there by Garcia going over to Salas' corner. You know, us that we've fought in. Isn't it so crazy, Orlando, that you know you just beat the living out of each other, but right after, you know, there's this, I wouldn't say brotherhood, but there's this respect that you get for your opponent, especially if they didn't talk trash and whatnot.
Yeah, well, I mean,
camaraderie.
It's a sport, you know.
Yes.
And you got to be a sport, and you have to congratulate your opponent, win or lose, and you have to, like I said, you have to be a sport, and that's the way I see it.
Yeah. You know, the average person sometimes say, how could, you know, you try to kill each other and be friends, not friends, but, you know, be friendly
but
at the end of the day.
Like I said, like at the end of the fight, you know, you shook each other's hands and you say, good fight or whatever, congratulate, right, yeah.
I mean, it's another man just trying to live the same goal that you're trying to live.
All right, folks, we're going to get to the next fight, and then after that fight, we're going to have an intermission where we are going to be bringing the, we got several world champions in the house here tonight. Some current and former world champions are here in the house. So we're going to invite them all up here. It's going to be boxing royalty after this fight. We're going to have intermission. That's going to be a really cool photo op. All right.
Muy diferente a lo que vimos con el Rey Azteca,
Ladies and gentlemen, as the action continues here live. Houston, Texas, on the Azteca to the next bout of the evening. The following contest is scheduled for 8 rounds in the super lightweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, Derek Murray.
All right, and we got the 10-0 Oscar Alan Perez versus the very game Derek Murray. Houston, Texas versus Missouri. Slated at the 135. Got the co-main event. And Murray trying to take that O away from Perez tonight. Again, slated at the 135. We got 8 rounds for you guys. Nice little body shots here by Perez.
Like I said, the first round is basically like a feeling out each other, and that's what they're doing. And then, like I said, they know they have to go 8 rounds, so they don't want to go all out in the first round. So they're just, like I said, they're feeling each other out in the first round.
Good matchup we got here in tonight's co-main event. Undefeated record. El Chato putting that undefeated record on the line. This is Houston versus St. Louis right here. And now the champ Orlando had many training camps in Houston, so he understands what it's like here, the fighters here. Champ, how many training camps have you had here in Houston?
Well, as a matter of fact, I started my third professional fight. I started training here in Houston. I signed with HPA, so for the next, I don't know, for the next couple of years, I was training in Houston. So Houston became my second home.
And right now, Perez landing the cleaner shots right now, trying to go to the body. But Murray definitely came here to give us a good fight tonight. Now, excellent exchange. The hand speed on both of these young men, you can see it, very apparent. Looks like we're definitely going to be in for a good co-main event here at the TakeOver 5, brought to you by Pound for Pound Entertainment, live on TV Azteca, Texas. If you're just now joining us, welcome. Feel free to call a fellow boxing fan and say, hey, watch TV Azteca, Texas. It's free. You don't have to pay for it, and you're getting some great fights, and we still got that highly anticipated main event when Nelson takes on Miguel Flores, and that's going to be for a belt, so you definitely don't want to miss that. Now, both guys now kind of regrouping after a very fast start to the first round, and there you have El Chato probably landing with a bit stronger punches right here, and his opponent, best punch of the night, landed by Murray with that straight right hand, but didn't really seem to phase El Chato. And now with a kind of a check right hook, and now going to the. He's got Murray in a bad spot. This could be a knockout. Continuing, less than 10 seconds left here, and Murray, fortunately for him, he got out of that corner, and that probably won Perez the round.
En Permit Center ofrecemos una amplia cobertura de seguros personales y comerciales. Cabe recalcar que somos el único agente autorizado por el Condado de Hidalgo para todo tipo de trámite vehicular. Brindamos servicios de permisos estatales y federales. No esperes y visítanos ahora, McAllen, Mission y Donna, o llama al 956-683-9400. ¡Te tenemos cubierto!
Saborea todos los sabores en el Festival de Tacos y Tequila. Este 14 y 15 de septiembre en el Centro de Convenciones de la Isla del Padre. Prueba tacos de cada esquina del valle y toma muestras de los tequilas más finos, con música en vivo de Grupo Sólido, Los Palominos y muchos más. Ven a ver la lucha libre y participa en competencias del grito, chancla voladora, jalapeño y taco eating contest. Para boletos visita sopadre.com/tacos. El Festival de Tacos y...
It's a pretty intriguing fight. It was, even though Perez he finished strong in the last couple of seconds of the round. He finished strong, but I think it's going to be a pretty interesting fight.
Absolutely, and a long one. They got eight rounds, so
right.
Already an action packed on that first round. And Orlando, El Chato gave some good combinations to Murray. Murray shook him off, laughed it off.
Right.
Sometimes it's just a tactic, though. What did you say to try to demotivate your opponent?
Well, yeah, no, he's Perez is really, he's countering, he's countering, he's countering real good, and he's being effective, more effective punching. Yeah, he's fighting a better, smart fight.
Yeah, I would say Murray's a little bit wilder, on the wilder side, just throwing wild punches, and obviously, like you said, the cleaner punches are from Perez.
Right, like right there, he's hit it with a left hook, and then just waiting. He's just waiting and fighting smart, waiting for Murray to throw in and for him to counter punch.
And he has nice lateral movement to the sides by El Chato Perez. Got some nice lateral movement, making it kind of very hard for Murray to get a good shot off.
Yeah, he's moving. Perez is moving around. He's boxing beautiful. Just picking his shots, and like I said, just waiting to fighting smart, waiting for Murray to throw in so he can counter.
And a fairly big difference in age, Orlando. We got Murray at 36 years old and El Chato at 24. So again, it's always that great, the great matchups of the veteran fighter versus the up-and-coming prospect, undefeated. That that's the best way to test your guys. How do you gonna tell you got a prospect on your hands or not? Is put them through the fire.
Right. Sometimes you gotta take that chance and just fight a formidable quality opponent. So to see where you're at and see how you do and take it from there.
There's only one way to find out where you are on that food chain, Yeah.
You said one might have the experience and the other one has the age factor or
the youth.
The youth, right? And so who is better with that? I mean, like, who has the advantage? I mean, I think youth, even though he has more experience. That was a good round.
Yeah, good round there by both fighters.
¿Por qué buscamos el reconocimiento de los demás? ¿Cómo podemos mejorar nuestras relaciones? Si te preguntaran, ¿quiénes son las 3 personas que más amas? ¿Estarías tú en esa lista? Una sólida autoestima es el cimiento de nuestro potencial. El libro Haz de amarte tu arte es un llamado a la comprensión y aceptación de uno mismo con nuestras cicatrices y nuestra luz, para incrementar la autoestima y el amor propio con caricias psicológicas. Soy Rocío García Lara y te invito a incrementar tu autoestima y tu amor propio.
Muchos me quieren ver caer, pero en el ring hablo yo. Canelo contra Berlanga, sábado 14 de septiembre por Azteca 7.
Orlando, we're opening up on this 3rd round. How do you got the unofficial scorecard?
I think I have Perez ahead, but yeah, I think his punches are more effective.
Yeah.
But even though I think it's gonna be a tough fight, it's not gonna be an easy fight for Perez. Murray's gonna make him work for his win, for the win.
And remember, folks, we had the Bridgepoint banner there for you guys. They're proud sponsors. The official registration renewal center in Hidalgo County. Avoid the DMV lines and make sure you get to Bridgepoint Insurance. They're the ones that make it happen, making sure you guys are getting this great action card for free on TV Azteca, Texas. The great Hall of Famer Orlando Canizales here commentating. Got El Chato up 2-0 thus far, but Murray looking like to try to amount to a comeback here in this 3rd round, Orlando.
Yeah, Raw, like I said, he's a tough guy. He's throwing back and he's being effective with his punches. Like it's a very close round this round. But I think he hurt him right there with the left hand.
Both young fighters in phenomenal shape here. Look at the way they're throwing that leather. several exciting changes, folks. We've got a good one on our hands. In my opinion, the best fight of the night here at the TakeOver 5. Brought to you by Pound for Pound Promotions. And now El Chato backing Murray up in the corner. Solid. Oh, beautiful left that almost sent the St. Louis fighter down. And he's going to look to score with that again, and he does. And now referee Ruben Perez watching very closely. He might even step in and halt this fight. That was a beautiful straight left hand, and he's going to score with it again. And if Murray does not guard against that, he's going to be knocked out. But a solid 1-2 combination of his own with a big uppercut down to the jaw. Boy, we've got a barn burner here in Houston, Texas at the Bayou Event Center. Both guys a little bit gassed out. Both guys trying to regroup. This has been a war, folks. I don't know who this is going back and forth right now. What a great fight we have here at the TakeOver 5.
No, it's a tough, I mean, it's, they're both giving, both fighters are throwing punches and being effective. Even though they're tired, they're gassed out, they probably get the second wind.
The craziest part about this, Orlando, is that we're not even halfway through the match.
No, that was a close round. I mean, that was a close round.
Probably one of the best rounds all night. One of the best rounds all night, I could tell you that. I will say another great fight was Reina Telles and Boo Boo. The female fighters put on a great heck of a show 2 fights ago. They had really solid rounds in there. Very competitive. Both female fighters were undefeated as well. And here we got El Chato, also undefeated, against a very, very, very game opponent in Derek Murray, 19-9, 36 years old, from St. Louis, Missouri.
Man, what a round! That was a tough round to score.
Absolutely.
I mean, it was like they were back and forth.
Thank God that's not our job tonight, Orlando, to score the bout.
We're halfway there.
Yeah.
This is for 8 rounds. The 4th round, we see who gets a second win back.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we see Murray trying to kind of have the ring dominance.
Right.
Trying to hold his ground in the middle of the ring.
I think Perez should move a little bit more and use his boxing skills more, and counter the way he was doing the first couple of rounds. Every time he throw, he would move back and he would counter. But now he's just being lazy. He's just staying there in front of him, getting hit.
Is it more a cardio factor, Orlando, when you stop seeing them with the movement? You know, that they're not moving as much? Is it just a cardio issue?
Some fighters, they don't really use their feet work or footwork or their movement. They just they're stationary fighters.
Yeah.
And it has nothing to do with cardio or anything like that.
Okay.
It's just a preference of each fighter.
Sure.
Right.
When I asked that because I felt Oscar was a little bit more mobile in the first couple of rounds, and then staying a little bit more flat-footed. Now we're trying to see he's getting a little bit lighter on his toes now. You know, or sometimes they're trying to get their win back. You know.
Right, and he usually gets it maybe in the 4th, 5th round. You get your second win back. So maybe he will probably get it back soon. He'll get his second win.
Thanks so much for tuning in. You are watching with Diego Gutierrez. Oh, solid shot right there, and it looks like he's going to be sending him down. And El Chato is trying to capitalize on hurting Murray, and he's going harder on the ropes. And Murray is not in a good spot. And here comes Chato with a barrage of punches, trying to knock out the St. Louis fighter. Yeah. But now it looks like Murray, I don't know how he regained his composure. Well, if he regained it, but he's not going down. Solid uppercut now from the fighter from St. Louis. Wow, what a round. What a round.
Talk about having the mouth open. You see how Murray has his mouth wide open? It's like, oh man, like that's just bad though. He got hurt with a body shot though. Murray got hurt with a body shot. He just didn't finish. Perez couldn't finish him out.
And now we're past the halfway point here, Orlando. Again, third round, Murray was trying to get some control, but it looks like Perez definitely took that round on the fourth. Would you say, Orlando?
Yeah, oh yeah, sir. Yeah, he had him, like I said, it was a close fight, but then he had him hurt, and then he won that fourth round, but still, like, it was a close round, but I think Perez got that round, though.
Yeah, Murray.
But Murray, he's making me work. Like,
yeah,
you know, it's not an easy fight for Perez. He's making every round work. So it's been a good fight so far.
Well, look, at 36 years old, Orlando, you definitely don't want to add a loss to the record. You know that you got a small window,
right,
closing up every fight.
Well, yeah, exactly, because you don't know how much longer you're gonna fight. Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
So, you know, it's losing or getting put out is not an option for Murray at this point,
right,
you know.
It's not good at all, no. Or it doesn't help him at all, right?
No. Obviously, your ranking gets touched, you know, and nice 1-2 there by Murray.
Yeah, I think
nice jab.
I think Oscar should more Perez should be using more his jab, control the fight with his jab. I think he would set him up with his jab and counter from there or work from the jab. I think he would do a lot better. But he's just standing in front of him.
Yeah, you're right about that.
He's just standing in front of him, let him, the other guy, Murray, hit him. He's not even bobbing and weaving and just like, he's getting hit more often. Like,
yeah. You made a good point there. I haven't seen a jab from Oscar in a good minute, you know. He's just loading up on that left hand.
Yeah,
he's just trying to set up the left.
Right.
Now.
Try to hit him.
You know, I was going to say maybe, does he have his right hand hurt, you know, that he's not. But he is throwing a couple hooks to the body with that right hand.
Well, a fighter, even, you know, when you're a fighter, even you have your hands hurt, you still let them go.
Yeah, there's no option.
You don't hold back. No, of course not.
Cry later.
Yeah. Because I hurt. When I would fight, I broke my hand. I still kept on fighting. I using my both hands. I never stopped using my hands. So a fighter just, you know.
Wow, nice 1-2.
Yeah.
Orlando, when
that Murray Case is a tough kid, bro.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Special shout out goes out to Ramon Emiliano Estrada. Ramon Emiliano Estrada, thanks so much for being so supportive of me, TV Azteca, Texas, Pound for Pound Entertainment.
Man.
We're glad that you're watching with your family in California. Saludos. But what a great fight this is, gentlemen. I mean, this is a barn burner. I mean, what a great co-main event put on by Pound for Pound Entertainment. Louis Villarreal, our matchmaker here. And we're going to be heading into the 6th round, and I honestly can say I don't know who's going to win. But boy, I mean, the exchanges have been so exciting. I'm very, very pleased with the action that we've seen thus far. Now, if you're just now tuning in, thanks for watching us here at TV Azteca, Texas. Call a friend, call a neighbor, say, hey, it's free. It's free. It's free to watch, and you don't want to miss this fight. So definitely, if you want to put it on your social media or tell a friend, tell a neighbor. We're here into round number 6. This is scheduled to go 8 rounds now. And I mean, right now, I have just seen both fighters landing such devastating punches, but I can't really see who's getting the better of it. I mean, I start deciding it's going one way, and then I see, it would be Chato or Murray, landing with a solid combination, but I can guarantee you we are not done with these solid combinations. This has been the best fight of the night thus far here at the TakeOver 5, brought to you by Pound for Pound Promotions. If you're just now tuning in, I'm here with Diego Gutierrez. My name is Christian Schmidt, here with the greatest bantamweight of all time, Orlando Canizales. And we've got a barn burner. What a fantastic matchup right now. Now, El Chato is 10-0-2. He is undefeated. Derek Murray, 19-9. Fought, a lot of tough competition coming from St. Louis, Missouri. But boy, just so many thrilling exchanges in this fight. And I just cannot take my eye off this fight for one single second because I'm afraid I'm going to miss a knockout. Diego, what do you think?
I don't think you're too far from the fruit doesn't fall too far from the tree. Probably one of the best fights all night, or right, Orlando, would you say?
Murray, what a tough guy. Murray's a tough guy. Man, he came in here to win. He didn't want to.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he came in to win. He's giving his all.
I think he said, man, I'm gonna make that drive worth it from St. Louis. Trying to leave here with the win.
Now he's backing up. Perez is backing up.
Yeah. Nice job circling out by Perez.
Perez should be first, like I said earlier. He should throw his jab, set everything with his jab, move around, and just not stay in front of him. There you go, like that, just like that, and step around, using his jab, move around.
He tries to set up. Right. He really tries to throw the left without setting it up. He just tries to kind of make his best assessment, judgment. And he gets a couple landed here and there, but it's also leaving him very vulnerable for a counter there by Murray.
Right, yeah.
So you could tell Murray's trying to use that jab to the body, jab to the head. Nice straight right by Murray, landed. Another hook. Obviously Murray looking like the aggressive more in this round.
Right.
Is it a cardio issue for Perez, or?
It looks like it's going to be conditioning wise. I think whoever wants it more and has a better condition.
Yeah.
I think because it's already 6 rounds. We got 2 more rounds to go. Yeah.
I got to go unofficial Murray on that one. Might not be enough. I think he might be a little bit too far under on the cards. I would say the first 3-4 rounds were Perez. And since then, there's been a couple here back and forth between Murray and El Chato Perez. And we're down to the last 2 rounds, semi-final round for this lightweight bout here tonight at the Space City, Houston, Texas.
The 7th round. This is the last 2 rounds. I mean, it's. I think. It's. I don't know.
It's too close for anybody to coast.
Right. Well, I don't know. Again, the judges. I don't know. How they score the fight, but it's a pretty.
Well, big shout out to the matchmaker, right, Orlando? I mean,
this is a great fight. Like the ball, it's a really good fight.
Yeah.
It's a really good matchup.
Yes. That's what I think.
And Murray doesn't back. He's not backing up.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Forward.
You know, you could probably say this is one of probably Oscar's toughest opponent up to date, you know.
Yeah, he's making it work for it. Like I feel like he just waited for that one shot. But
yeah.
You should, like I said, he should throw more combinations, not just concentrate one. I mean, he's hurt. I think he's hurt, but he should follow up.
Correct.
He should follow up with a left, straight left, instead of just he's throwing the left hook, and he doesn't throw anything anymore. He should follow up with something.
Yeah. You're doing a good job using the ropes to his advantage there.
Yeah, but one shot, I mean, like, one shot won't do it. Like, you need to do more punches, like combinations.
100%. I agree with you there.
I think he's hurting with that left hook, but like I said, he didn't follow through. I saw his eyes were.
They weren't fully there.
Right there, now again. You see, he didn't follow through. Right there, he's hurt.
Yeah.
He's hurt again. He's hurt. He needs to follow through. Like, wow, Murray, what a tough guy. He's coming back for more.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's getting hit with some great shots, and he's standing right in front of him.
I would say the head movement for Murray has been very consistent throughout the rounds. I can't say the same for Perez. The first couple of rounds, I saw a lot of more head movement for Perez. Murray seems that he got the same, although obviously Chato has landed a lot of great shots.
He's more effective punching.
Yeah.
The punches are more effective.
100%.
Right.
And we got the last 10 seconds as we are leading up into the last and final 8th round with these two warriors, Derek Murray and Oscar El Chato Perez. Don't leave your seats. You're gonna go grab a cold one. Make sure the cooler's not too far from you. And remember, folks, we got Saúl El Canelo Alvarez versus Edgar Berlanga, September the 14th, live on TV Azteca, Texas. Make sure you have that app downloaded. Turn on those notifications, because it's one that you're not going to want to miss. Incredible night here at the Bayou City Event Center. We've had the pleasure and honor of two boxing legends, the brothers Orlando and Gabby Canizales from Laredo, Texas, commentating here ringside alongside the TV Azteca team. Eder Rodriguez, Mauro Garza, Christian Smith, doing a phenomenal job ring announcing tonight for the Pound for Pound Entertainment. I think this is going to be the decisive one, Orlando.
Oh, I think Perez is ahead still. Like, I think he had the more effective punches. I think not by much, but I think he's ahead on points.
Folks, this is the 8th and final round of this slugfest. We've seen several good exchanges several times when I thought at least one of the two would be going down, but several solid punches. Gentlemen, I have to say that I have El Chato up on my scorecards, but this is boxing, and you never know what's going to happen on the scorecards, and you never know what's going to happen. It could be a knockout. Both of these guys are going to go for it here in the next 2 minutes. This is going to be well worth your time, and possibly what could be considered, in my opinion, it's fight of the night. Trying to attack with that jab right now. and then a combination. Both fighters showing some signs of fatigue, but El Chato's showing a little bit more energy and a little bit more fortitude right now, but you don't know what's going to happen. Solid right hand on the jaw, and he's got him in a bad spot, and Murray's going to have to move. Murray's going to have to get out of this corner if he wants to survive, and he just did that. Referee Ruben Perez warrants for a hit to the back of the head. Solid right hand. Now, Chato's trying to put him away.
He's hurt. He hurt him right there.
And now a war of attrition. Which fighter is gonna, they both are fatigued from throwing so many punches. But wow, what a war. What a war. Both of these fighters starting to lean on one another as a way to gain their strength back. Less than 40 seconds right now, and it could be a knockout at any time. Diego, what do you think?
I want to see a knockout. At this point, I don't even care who knocks out who at this point because this is a barn burner.
I want to see a rematch.
Yeah,
a rematch would be good.
If a rematch happens, I'm watching it as well. We're down to the last 15 seconds here by these warriors. You can hear the crowd, Chato, Chato. Obviously, Mary coming into enemy territory. And a big shout out to both of these warriors.
What a fight, what a fight.
Fight of the night, Mary and Perez. And we saw a good way to end it. You know, I feel El Chato was kind of coasting it a little bit, but I would say the last final minute and a half, 2 minutes, he definitely put the burners on and really doing a great job making sure that the judges get the decision right. Now I expect El Chato with the decision. Maybe 2 to 3 rounds ahead. But again, as we slated earlier, you never know with these judges. Well, we got a bright future for Perez, you know. 24 years old. Here for a local fighter from the Houston, Texas area. Putting up a great performance versus a very game opponent, Orlando.
Yeah, it's a learning experience for Perez. I mean, it was a tough fight, going 8 rounds. You know, it's sometimes it's good to go the distance to see it, to feel how you feel, and to see how your performance and your conditioning wise, to see where you're at. So he went 8 rounds. So it was a tough 8 rounds. It wasn't an easy 8 round.
And we're going to pass it over to Christian Smith, ring announcer for the official decisions as they are getting those final numbers by the judges at ringside.
The winner. Can I get a big round of applause for both of these warriors? After 801 rounds here at the VIVO Event Center live in Azteca, Texas, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Ricky Stoner scored the vote 77 to 75. Judge Michelle Morales scored about 79 to 73, and Judge Charles Weaver scored about 78 to 74. All three in favor of the winner. From North Houston, Texas,
you know, you always see it a little bit more different than what everybody else sees it.
And they thought they won that fight.
Yeah, they genuinely thought they won it.
All the world champions, please come up to the ring. You're about to see. We got our biggest porters, you know, the Casa brothers. Austin Trout is here. Juan Antonito Diaz. There's Lou Savarese. Okay, he was over here. Just a minute ago. All of the estoy llamando a los Shaki Faster.
Isla del Padre, patrocinador oficial de Box Azteca, Texas.
being presented today by Supervisor Thomas Ashley. And Houston, Texas, this will be the main event of the evening. It's time for the action in the main event. So stay tuned. Tell everybody in the city. Tell everybody in the town that it's about to go Introducing first, playing out of the blue corner, wearing the gold, white, blue, and red trunks again. At 130 pounds, his professional boxing record consists of 21 victories, 2 defeats, 1 draw, and 8 of those victories coming by way of knockout. Fighting out of Nashville, Ohio, Pretty Boy Chase Nelson. Y su oponente, peleando de la silla roja, vestido con el blanco y el negro, pesando 126 libras por un récord profesional de 25 victorias, 5 derrotas, 1 empate y 2 victorias por knockout. Originalmente desde Monterrey, Michoacán, México, pero Mr. Pelea with the instructions.
El mismo peso, al mismo tiempo. We'll make history. We make history. We're the first brothers to win titles at the same time, the same weight. No había nadie más.
And the main event has. Let me try that again. I felt a little staticky there.
Finally.
The main event, Miguel Flores, Chase Nelson.
I hope he's as good as the one at Perez and Murray.
Yeah, let's see.
Better.
They got some big shoes to fill.
Well, I know Miguel Flores has had a luxurious career, a pretty career. You know, he's fought some good fighters. Abel Mares and Leo Santa Cruz.
Yep. And I believe he took a draw with Mares.
Yeah, he drew with Mares.
Got Miguel Flores here. Again, the feel out round a little bit, but hey, some fireworks still happening here with El Michoacán. Let's see it's gonna be if this is gonna be the cherry on top tonight, because I would say the dinner was well served tonight with this matchmaking by Pound for Pound Promotions.
Both main event fighters really gave each other a hard stare down. Now, I need to explain something to the fans at home. Now, the title is on the line, and Miguel Flores is eligible to win this, but Chase Nelson is not. That is because Nelson came in 4 pounds over the contracted weight. So ultimately what that means is this is a vacant title, and therefore ultimately if Flores comes out victorious, Chase Nelson, or he gets the title, Chase Nelson wins, he does not get the title because of the violation in the contract. Right now, both guys looking to land a power shot, looking to land it so we could go home soon. But they're both kind of in the feeling out round right now. But both guys came prepared, and I guarantee you, both of these guys have come to become victorious here tonight. These fighters kind of close to the champ Orlando Canizales' weight class. Orlando can really identify with their training method, their eating habits and things of that nature. But yeah, we got a championship fight here, and we're really excited. Champ, what is the key to victory for Miguel Flores tonight?
Well, I mean, he needs to, use his box, usually box a little bit more, not get hit. Just more his jab and counter a little bit more. But sometimes it's hard when you never know. It's hard because your opponent doesn't. It's hard to sometimes to counter punch.
Let's see what adjustments each corner makes here, as we got a long 10 rounds. Mark Caloy as the official referee. And obviously we've stated Miguel Flores with some good, very game opponents that he's fought in the past. Leo Santa Cruz and Abner Mares took a draw with Abner Mares a few years back. And here he is with the title on the line tonight. And let's see where this second round leads us.
Nelson is moving around a lot. It's hard for Flores to pick his shots, and even though he's got some good body shots, but when he comes in, Nelson moves a lot, uses his footwork, and it's hard to get hit. So I think Flores needs to cut off the ring and be more aggressive.
Yeah, let's see if Flores can start timing that, right? Start seeing the habits of Nelson. And like you said, if he needs to definitely cut that ring off, because Nelson is very light on the feet. He's not a sitting duck at no means for Flores here.
Right, he moves a lot. He's moving a lot.
Yeah.
So, and it's a moving target. So and it's hard when you're a moving target. It's a lot harder for to get hit, and sometimes it makes you look bad. But it's part of the fight game, man. You just need to just pick your shots, and like I said, start with your jab, and everything starts with your jab. Right?
And obviously Nelson making the long trip from Ohio down to Texas, testing his luck versus, again, the very reputable Miguel Flores, 32 years old. Chase Nelson, very young still, 26. Very game record as well, 21, 8 knockouts, 2 losses. So again, big shout out to the matchmakers, to pound for pound, making sure the state of Texas got some good boxing action tonight. Here we got the referee splitting them back up, restarting them there at the middle of the ring.
Miguel Flores is waiting too much. I mean, he's waiting too much. He needs to be more aggressive, throw more punches, more combinations. He's just waiting too much. He's waiting. He needs to be more aggressive.
Orlando, and what a great opportunity it is for Nelson, right? At 26 years old to get an opponent like Miguel Flores. How would a win, right?
Oh yeah, it's a good win for him, because Flores has a remarkable career, and he has fought good opponents. He's fought good fighters, so it would be a good win for him.
Yeah. I will tell you, promoters would definitely know his name by the end of tonight if he were to pull up.
Here's
Welterweight Insurance Agency and Permit Center ofrecemos una amplia cobertura de seguros personales y comerciales. Cabe recalcar que somos el único agente autorizado por el Condado de Hidalgo para todo tipo trámite vehicular. Brindamos servicios de permisos estatales y federales. No esperes y visítanos ahora, McAllen, Mission y Donna, o llama al 956-683-9400. ¡Te tenemos cubierto!
Saborea todos los sabores en el Festival de Tacos y Tequila, este 14 y 15 de septiembre en el Centro de Convenciones de la Isla del Padre. Prueba tacos de cada esquina del valle y toma muestras de los tequilas más finos, con música en vivo de Grupo Sólido, Los Palominos y muchos más. Ven a ver la lucha libre y participa en competencias del grito, chancla voladora, jalapeño y taco eating contest. Para boletos visita sopadre.com/tacos. El Festival de Tacos y Tequila en la Isla del Padre.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on to your seats. Don't go too far from your couch because we got two veterans in our main event. What do you got so far, Orlando? What did you see from the first two rounds? Who do you got up?
It's like I said, it's a very close fight. After 2 rounds, like I said, it's a chase game for both fighters. You know, one is moving around and trying to. Yeah, but like I said, it's those 2 rounds. It's hard to determine who's winning the fight. It's been a real close fight for those 2 rounds.
Yes, and let's see if Nelson could keep up the footwork. Right, because as you stated earlier, he's obviously got. Oh wow! Wow! What a shot by Flores. Nelson seems to be okay. Embracing the challenge. And let's see what Flores, see if Flores tries to come out and finish him off. What would you do in this position, Orlando? Do you go in for the kill? Do you take it easy and not gas out? What would your strategy be here?
Well, try to finish him off, of course. I guess, but it seems like Nelson recovered real quick. He's not really that hurt. He's fighting back, so you gotta be. Flores has to be careful because you don't want to get caught with a shot.
Yeah, and that's why I asked you, because I saw Nelson, although it stunned him, he seemed fine as soon as he got up, embracing the challenge. You know, obviously, if you were to see him go rock from left to right, yeah, it's an automatic no-brainer. Right. But we've seen many times in the past, Orlando, where, you know, it was just a bad footing or something, you know, with the good shot and bad footing, and they're 100% good. Yeah. And the guy that took him down, you know, tries to finish him off, gasses himself out, and the other guy starts grabbing momentum. You know, we've seen it time and time over again.
Yeah, I've seen it as well, yes. But this time he caught him with a good right hand. But I think Nelson, you know, he recovered real fast.
He did.
He wasn't.
It was a solid shot.
It was a solid shot, yeah. But I mean, he didn't seem to be hurt that much. So
Orlando, we saw him here ringside. His face was like stunned, like he couldn't believe it that he went down like that.
But Flores needs to keep on putting the pressure on. Just like that, keep throwing more punches and combinations. And set everything with his jab.
Yeah, absolutely. Last 10 seconds here as we finalize round 3. Nelson trying to mount something here at the end, but Flores saying, take it easy, young gun.
¿Por qué buscamos el reconocimiento de los demás? ¿Cómo podemos mejorar nuestras relaciones? Si te preguntaran, ¿quiénes son las 3 personas que más amas? ¿Estarías tú en esa lista? Una sólida autoestima es el cimiento de nuestro potencial. El libro Haz de amarte tu arte es un llamado a la comprensión y aceptación de uno mismo con nuestras cicatrices y nuestra luz, para incrementar la autoestima y el amor propio con caricias psicológicas. Soy Rocío García Lara y te invito a incrementar tu autoestima y tu amor propio.
Muchos me quieren ver caer, pero en el ring hablo yo. Canelo contra Berlanga, sábado 14 de septiembre por Azteca.
And we're getting close to that midway mark. 4th round, here we go. Obviously, 1 round ago, if you're just tuning in, Miguel Flores was able to knock Nelson to the canvas in round 3. But, you know, as the Hall of Famer here next to me, Canizales Orlando, who stated, you know, he recovered very, very well. And so let's see what the rest of this fight has for us. Very game opponent, both of these foes here. A little bit of animosity there towards the end, but here we go.
I mean, solid right hand. I mean, we could feel that here at ringside when Miguel Flores just landed on Chase Nelson. You know, the story behind this fight right here, I mean, Miguel Flores is working to get back into world title contention. I mean, he's fought, you know, the top level fighters in his weight class. So, I mean, a victory here is going to be putting him right back up there, getting him back on, you know, national television against the top level opponent. A victory for Chase Nelson. I mean, all the great fighters have had their breakout victories. I mean, like De La Hoya had it against Chavez, and Manny Pacquiao had it against Marco Antonio Barrera. Chase Nelson is looking for that upset win, which would look very shiny on his resume, especially coming to Houston and beating a top level contender like or a fighter like Miguel Flores. Right now, Flores, with that knockdown, is in clear control of the judges' scorecards. But Chase Nelson, by him getting up right there, I mean, you got to give him his credit. He came here from Mansfield, Ohio, to score that big upset, so he can have his name amongst the elites. He has a very attractive record, 21-2-1. I mean, now's the time to see, for him to show the world that he belongs on this grand stage, this grand level. A solid right hand to the young man from Michoacan, and both of these guys are looking to land bombs. You definitely cannot, for one single second, turn away. I mean, a great fight here, brought to you by TV Azteca, Texas, and Pound for Pound Entertainment. Solid right hand again by Chase Nelson. It's not over till it's over, baby. And I mean, things looked really grim for Chase Nelson in that second round when he was on the canvas, but he got up, and I thought it was done. He was done. Diego, did you think he was going to be able to answer that 10 count?
Yeah, as I told Orlando earlier, his face was very, very stunned, like he couldn't believe it, But, as Orlando stated as well, he recovered fairly fast. Maybe it's the young age, maybe it's...
No, he's in great condition.
Great conditioning, right?
He must be in great condition. Fighting for a title or fighting for 10 rounds, he must be in great shape.
Yeah.
You don't come with so he knows he has to be in great shape. So that's a close round, but even though without not.
And we're at the official midway point here. Round number 5. Miguel Flores, Chase, Pretty Boy Nelson at that midway point here. Wow, Nelson pushing off Flores here.
I think now Flores putting more pressure. That's what he needs to do, to put pressure, because to be more, be the aggressor and put pressure on him and throw more punches, combinations to score points.
Yeah, you can't let Nelson get too comfortable in there. If you give time to Nelson to set up his shots, he's definitely landed his fair share of shots himself as well. Obviously, Miguel has had the bigger shots here, the more harder shots, but Chase got a lot of pepper to his punches too. They're very fast, quick, quirky, Not a lot of lick on them, but just enough to get you woozy.
Right, but I think Flores punches are more effective.
For sure.
If you can feel they're stronger and they're more powerful, I think.
Yeah, it's that typical lightning versus thunder type of situation, right?
Right, yeah.
Wow, nice left hook there by Nelson. Nice jab of Flores.
He's throwing a good body shot. Flores does a good body shot there.
And you can hear the crowd here starting to get lit up at the Bayou Event Center.
I think he hasn't heard. That's why he's grabbing.
Right.
I think Nelson is hurt. That's why he's moving around and trying to grab him. Got him with a good. Flores got him with a good right hand again there. He's throwing some good body shots. Flores throwing some great body shots. Oh, he got him with the right hand right there again. Got him with the right hand coming in. His old body shot. The old body shot takes his toll.
And Nelson usually finds himself in trouble when he gets into these corner spots, Orlando. That's where where the knockdown happened earlier, right in that corner. And we're seeing less and less circling out from Nelson. You know, as the rounds start taxing onto the body, you know, it's not as easy having all your wind behind you. And so you got to pick and choose your battles, you know.
Right. Yeah, but Flores is aggressive, throwing more combinations. He's scoring points, and that's what matters.
Of course.
You know, he's throwing more punches, scoring points, and.
And we're past the 5 rounds. Halfway point is done.
Special shout out to all of those watching us from all over Texas and beyond. Avi Lopez watching in Contender. Avi Lopez down in Port Isabel, Texas. We also have Epi Quiroga, brother of the late Robert Quiroga in San Antonio. He's watching as well. We appreciate all the boxing fans watching us all over. We are definitely in for a good one. I mean, both of these fighters showing why, you know, they're main event worthy. Miguel Flores in control, but Chase Nelson showing signs of not going away easily. He's definitely had his moments, and he's scored with his solid shots as well. And Miguel looks like he's on a mission right now. There was a little bit of disappointment, I believe, from Miguel, you know, at the weigh-ins yesterday because he wasn't too happy about Chase Nelson, you know, not making weight. Nelson came in 4 pounds over, so I think there was some steam behind that punch that knocked down Nelson in the second round. And you can see that Flores is you know, really in control now. He's growing with his confidence as this fight goes on. Nelson trying to score. He's going to have to make it a dirty fight because he is down on the scorecards. You know, he's going to have to frustrate Flores. He's going to have to turn the tide in some way, shape, or form. But Flores, you can tell by his body language, he is controlling the very tough Ohioan. Michoacano.
Now Nelson's moving like he's on survival mode. It looks like it. He's just moving around. I don't know if his guy's conditioning or he's just, you know, trying to recover. Or just trying to, I don't know, but he's not, you know, he's just moving around. He's not throwing punches as much as he was in the earlier round.
Well, and also we saw him, Orlando, with his hands down a lot. Nelson just trying to get a couple shots off from his hands in the lower extremities. Obviously now these last 30 seconds, he's trying to do a better job having the guard up a little bit higher. Good uppercut by Nelson there. Return fire by Flores here.
I think Flores should be working more, throwing more body shots. I think it will wear him down in the later rounds.
Yes.
Because we're already in 6th round. Those body shots would really have an effect.
Yeah, especially going 10 rounds.
Right,
you know, it gives you time to start compounding them in there, you know. And there you go. There he's trying to work the body there a little bit more. Also Nelson trying to get his fair share in as well. Nice right hand uppercut there by Nelson. And we're into the 7th round.
Close rounds, big close rounds. But I think Flores is still ahead with that knockdown.
Absolutely. And obviously you could see there Nelson's corner working on the left eye. Some swelling happening. Miguel Flores there from this camera angle seems fine.
After the 5th or 6th round, most fighters get their second win, and then now it's come to stamina. The cardio and stamina has to do a lot with, you know, he has to make a big difference in every fighter.
Yeah.
But I'm sure that both fighters came well prepared for this
Sure.
fight. It seems like they're well prepared and well conditioning, and they're ready to go 12 rounds if they had to.
Nice exchange by both of these fighters here. Flores doing a great job with the ring control. Yeah. And that same eye that his corner was working on earlier, you know, seems to have gotten a cut now. Let's see how that affects the fight. See if it affects his vision. And Flores getting some good shots in. Nelson just shaking him off as if they weren't important. But obviously Nelson.
Flores should be throwing more his jab, like to set him. You set him in with your jab. Since Nelson's moving around a lot, you set him with a jab and just cut the ring off, and like right there, and not wait when he has a chance to throw combinations and work the body. Right there, he's just waiting for Nelson to throw, and instead of him being first, he should at least be the first one to throw the jab and not let Nelson dictate the fight or dictate the pace of the fight.
And this is what we were talking about earlier, Orlando, that his guard is just very, very low at this point. Again, it could be a cardio issue. The body shots that are probably taking their toll, that have been an accumulation throughout the rounds as well. So it's maybe
a little bit of everything.
I was going to say,
a little bit of everything.
Yeah, combination of everything.
The body shots, and then.
Oh, he didn't like that one.
Oh.
Again, let's see if.
But Flores, he has to do more. I mean, he has to put more pressure, throw more combinations.
Yeah.
He needs to score points. I mean, he's not going to knock him out with one shot, so he needs to keep throwing punches to score points.
Yeah. Last 10 seconds here as we are finalizing The 7th round.
Oh, he hit her with the right hand.
And some sportsmanship there to finalize the 7th round. Big shout out to you guys, TV Azteca, Texas listeners. Make sure you reshare the feed. Give your friends, families, co-workers, all the boxing fanatics across the world that may follow you. Give them some good action. And again, pound for promotion brought to you by Thiago Martinez and matchmaker Louis Villarreal. And let's get this 8th round. 3 more rounds to go. Let's see what adjustments are made from each corner.
You know, Chase Nelson may not be winning this fight, but he is a very tough, he's a very tough competitor, and he's proving that he definitely came here to give Flores, you know, everything he can handle. Flores is just his ring generalship, the way he's using his boxing IQ is what's winning him, is what's winning on the scorecards right now. But Nelson just tough Ohioan. And you know, the only hope right now is for Nelson to land a straight right hand. Good solid jab from Nelson right there. But Flores in control and looking to add that belt around his waist momentarily. It is a 10-round fight, and a solid stiff jab and a solid right hand to follow that up. Another solid right hand. Now Flores sees that he's scoring with his right hand, and he's looking to get the knockout and win in a very impressive fashion over Nelson, but Nelson will not go away. Both of these fighters in excellent condition right now. I mean, a very well conditioned athletes right here, you know, to go at this pace, and we're midway through the 8th round, and they've shown no signs of fatigue thus far. Flores looking to add with that stiff jab right there, looking to follow it up by another right hand. He's gonna land it. He is gonna land it here momentarily. I can guarantee you that he's setting it up to land that right hand.
He's waiting for the right moment to throw that right hand. Yeah, but he's doing the jab, but he's waiting. He's waiting too much. He'd be more aggressive. Work the body. He should be working the body. Right there, right there. I mean, he heard him several times, and he just stops. He stops. Instead of throwing more combinations and body shots, he just stops and lets Nelson come back.
Seeing those fast peppering shots, they just not very effective. I mean, they look nice on camera, but
they're just scoring.
They're just scoring points. It's like a karate fight, you know.
Yeah, but Flores shots are more effective.
Yeah,
more powerful.
They're coming in with violence.
Nice. Two more rounds.
Yep. Championship rounds.
Saludos a todos a Laredo, Texas.
Claro que sí, saludos a Laredo, Texas, todo el Valle de Texas, toda la frontera, Tamaulipas, Nuevo León, and all the rest of Texas. Wherever you guys may be watching us, big shout out to you guys.
2 more rounds to go. I think Flores is ahead on this fight. I think he's ahead on the scorecards.
Yeah.
And you know, and especially with that knockdown really really helps him. So I think he's still ahead. But even though he cannot get careless.
Yeah, for sure.
Because one shot, like I said, one shot can turn everything up.
I mean, luckily for him, I don't see Chase with being that type of power puncher. So, you know, hopefully that's not an option for Flores.
Yeah, he's going back to that. He's going back to his survivor mode again.
Yeah.
Just moving around.
Yes.
Right, moving around and. There you go.
Whoa! What a nice left hook by Miguel Flores, taking Chase Nelson down to the canvas.
You saw that look on Miguel's face. I mean, he smells blood. But Nelson, you know, like a wounded wolf in the wild. I mean, he's you know, it might make him even more dangerous. You know, and throw those punches even harder. So I mean, Flores still needs to keep his guard up because he's in clear control of this fight. Now, Campeón Orlando, I have a question. If you were Miguel right now, do you cruise to a victory on the judges' scorecards, or do you go for a convincing knockout?
I try to convince him not. If I can finish him off, I'll finish him off. Like I wanted him to the scorecards. I try to finish him off if I could. Like, and he's hurt. Like you can finish him off, but I don't know. He's waiting. He's just waiting too much. I think Leslie's ready to go. Every time Flores hit him with a body shot, he hurts him. And
Yeah. He's definitely.
He feels those body shots. So Nelson feels those body shots. He should continue to do it.
And we're here at the last 10 seconds of the semifinal round here. Flores was able to get a knockdown in. Obviously, with that knockdown, Orlando, the lead makes it a little bit more comfortable for Miguel Flores.
Yes, sir.
But I tell you, I'd be lying if I didn't want to see a knockout right now.
Well, you never know. Anything happen.
Good show of respect by both fighters heading into this last and final 10th round. Let's see if Miguel goes for that. Finish the deal. They say third time's the charm. Let's see if he can get the knockout, or hey, why not Nelson? Nelson also got to go for broke here after being knocked down twice in this fight. More than likely, again, we're not official judges, but more than likely, Nelson is probably finding himself behind on scorecards. Now
Nelson's being more aggressive. He should have been aggressive
half hour
prior to
ago.
the rounds. not in the last round. He should have been aggressive in the earlier rounds.
Right. Obviously frustration here from Nelson's standpoint. Nice right by Nelson. And Nelson has no other choice here. He has to come out aggressive.
Yeah, now he's throwing more punches.
Yeah.
With power. Like, he knows he needs a knockout to win. He knows he won't get the decision. He knows he's losing, so he knows he needs a knockout.
You know, I assume also, Orlando, that he's maybe not gone the distance too many times up to the 10th round, so maybe he just conserved too much at the beginting onslaught.
Well, only he knows.
Yeah.
I can't answer that. Only he knows. But still, I mean, you when you know you're fighting for a title fight or 10-round fights, you should be ready for anything.
Anything.
You should be in great shape to fight.
Yeah. So in other words, don't hold back any of the rounds. You got to go all out every round. Yeah, you're right.
If you want to win, you got to go all out.
Every round counts.
Right.
And we can see both eyes visibly starting to swell out from Nelson. Florida's also.
I guess he hurt him again.
Yeah. Yeah. Florida's doing a good job also turning it up here. See, they just don't have the flair on them, Orlando. It's like if he's not putting his body into him, like
only arm punching.
Yeah, arm punches, 100%, 100%. Great fight by both of these guys. By these main eventers.
He made him work.
He made him work. No easy paychecks here. No easy paychecks here.
Made him work.
Orlando, usabas obviamente no en el ring, pero veo que usas lentes. Do you have eyesight problem? Like,
no.
That when you were fighting, it was until after. And nobody has left the building, I'll tell you that much. They want to hear the official decision. And remember, folks, our next coverage is October the 5th in Brownsville, Texas. Marines, UK versus USA. And let's slate it over to Christian for the official decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, here at the VIVO Event Center, live on Azteca, Texas, after 10 hard-fought rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Jesse Reyes, scored about 98 to 90. Judge Charles Weaver scored about 97 to 91. Judge Joe Rodriguez scored about 99 to 89. All three in favor of the winner and the new U.S.
What a well-earned decision tonight by Miguel El Michoacano Flores, unanimous decision. Let's hear from the newly crowned champ. Muchachos.
Una cartelera fantástica, una cartelera que nos llevó a probar muchos sabores, que comenzó con una niña que tiene una promesa extraordinaria como lo es Gaby Tellez, y de ahí, amigos, fuimos creciendo en niveles, en donde terminamos por ver una pelea entre una chica que va a llegar a ser campeona del mundo como lo es Reina Tellez, y después jóvenes con mucha experiencia que nos demostraron arriba del ring que esta es la manera en cómo se vive la pasión del boxeo, viendo hasta las últimas consecuencias y con una cereza en el pastel como esta que estuvo para chuparse los dedos, Mauro.
Así es, peleas totalmente competitivas, unas peleas que te dejaban al filo de la butaca y te querías jalar los pelos. Me sorprendió ahorita ya al final de este combate, la gente en silencio, lo comentábamos, ¿verdad? La gente en silencio, la gente no se iba, la gente en silencio, agazapada, esperando la decisión de los jueces, pero sin gritar, sin decir ni una palabra, solamente esperando la decisión de los jueces. ¿Por qué? Porque estaban concentrados en el combate. Ahora, hubo un combate también anterior, el del Chato contra Murray, en el cual fue un juego de ajedrez totalmente, una pelea que en cualquier momento y para cualquier lado podría irse la aguja. Ganó de Houston, pero dieron una excelente pelea y con esas peleas nos vamos esta noche, señores.
Exactamente, muy contentos, Diego. Aparte de la gran experiencia de tener a dos campeones del mundo con nosotros, que fue increíble también.
Y no cualquiera, un Hall of Famer, el señor Orlando Canizales, que estuvo con nosotros, Gaby, su hermano. Son unas leyendas de Laredo que espero que ustedes disfrutaron la narración de ellos también. Y pues mira, ¿qué te puedo decir? La verdad, las hermanas Tellez.
Increíble.
Muy jóvenes, una de 17 años, de una de 21. Deja tú, la chava de San Luis, Missouri, que estaba 9 invicta. Y la hizo ver, con todo respeto que se merece, Bubu Pop. La hizo ver como una amateur, la verdad.
La hizo ver mal, sí.
Pero tú sabes que ese campamento de Benavides, realmente un campamento genial. Y aquí la voz de esta noche, Christian Smith. ¿Cómo lo viste ahí de tu lado, Christian?
Lo que yo quiero decir es qué placer es trabajando con ustedes. Producción, todos aquí en TV Azteca, Texas. Hay una razón, somos la casa de boxeo. Con cada evento estamos creciendo más y más, ganando más fanáticos, seguidores. Gracias al público por viéndonos aquí esta noche. Fue una gran noche. Solo me quiero decir eso, buena noche de boxeo, y no puedo esperar al próximo trabajar con ustedes y tener toda la gente en su casa viéndonos, pero solo me quisiera decir eso. Voy a dejarlo a ustedes para despedir a la gente.
Gracias, amigos. Gracias a toda la producción de TV Azteca, gracias a todos nuestros camarógrafos, gracias a todos los equipos de TV Azteca que estuvieron el día de hoy aquí con nosotros, porque ha sido una noche extraordinaria. Por primera ocasión aquí en Houston, y va a ser la primera de muchos, compañeros, sin duda.
Totalmente.
Sin duda alguna. Por lo pronto les agradecemos mucho, muchísimas gracias. Nosotros somos Azteca, la casa del boxeo.
Y déjame darle aquí, apunté nombres porque hay tanta gente que agradecer. Ahora tenemos a Paco, Juan, a Noé, a Lourdes en los controles, José Luis Aguilar en cabina, César Gutiérrez, obviamente el productor general, Ignacio. Lo extrañamos hoy el Ignacio en persona, pero sabemos que estuvo con nosotros aquí en espíritu, ¿verdad? Y pues aquí mis compañeros, mis colegas, siempre es un gustazo, la verdad. Ya octubre 5 tenemos otra fecha agendada y no se lo pierdan ustedes, solo aquí en la casa del boxeo, TV Azteca, Texas.
Producciones en la casa, junto a el homie Chuy Lopes, Tamex Records, reportándose para TV Azteca, Mission, Texas. Los únicos haciendo historia y los primeros, los incomparables y los más perrones. Yeah, 956, 9 que suene la campana del box TV Azteca, la cadena más perrona controlando Mission, Texas. Llegó para quedarse, no hay nadie se parezca. Los primeros haciendo historia, que se quede en tu conciencia. Que suene la campana del box TV Azteca, la cadena más perrona controlando Mission, Texas. Llegó para quedarse, no hay nadie se parezca. Los primeros haciendo historia, que se quede en tu conciencia.
Que suenen las campanas, que bajen el telón. Ya empezó lo más mejor, TV Azteca es el campeón. Levanten ya las manos en el Valle Napaisís. Ya llegó TV Azteca, legendarios en el ring. El que la rifa machín, el que la rifa machín. Legendarios en el ring, legendarios en el ring. Tirando la Procat, como Julio C. Están llegando a tu pantalla, Simón TV Azteca.
Que suene la campana del box TV Azteca, la cadena más perrona controlando Mission, Texas. Llegó para quedarse, no hay nadie se parezca. Los primeros haciendo historia, que se quede en tu conciencia. Que suene la campana del box TV Azteca, la cadena más perrona controlando Mission, Texas. Llegó para quedarse, no hay nadie se parezca. Los primeros haciendo historia, que se quede en tu conciencia. Que quede en tu conciencia, que quede en tu conciencia. TV Azteca, Mission, Texas, Valle de Texas. Que quede en tu conciencia, que quede en tu conciencia. TV Azteca, Mission, Texas, Valle de Texas. TV Azteca son los mejores, voz Azteca son los campeones, representando las ligas mayores. Otra cadena, no nos copien, no nos copien, no nos podrán igualar. Para que tú puedas tener realidad, no hay nada que nos pueda parar. Para que tú puedas tener realidad.
Prende la TV y súbele al volumen. Ya llegó TV Azteca, se siente pura lumbre. Póngase bien trucha, también se me acostumbre. Los reyes del boxeo se preparan pa' que luchen. Prende la TV y súbele al volumen. Ya llegó TV Azteca, se siente pura lumbre. Póngase bien trucha.